one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the first item on the agenda this evening is the approval of the minutes of the January 7, 2025 meeting. Those minutes were distributed to the commissioners in advance of today's meeting. Question, do any of the commissioners have any changes to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous? Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of the Radnor Township Comprehensive Plan, draft dated January 27, 2025. And I'd like to welcome the consultant up to the microphone.
All right. Thank you all very much. Perfect. So my understanding, well, first, thank you all for having me back again to present this draft. My understanding is that I'm going to be giving you all a short presentation here that gives you a little bit of overview, and for everybody who's here and hasn't heard about the plan, a little bit of information about it. Talk a little bit about the changes since the draft that was released after the third Board of Commissioners meeting, and then engage with all of you in a discussion and answer any questions that you may have.
Would you mind introducing yourself?
Absolutely. So my name is Adam Texa. I'm a planner and urban designer with FHI Studio, now IMEG, and I've been working with the Township for about a year and a half, developing this comprehensive plan along with a number of my colleagues. So thank you all very much. For all those who are interested, everything that we're going to be talking about today is on the Radnor 2035 Comprehensive Plan website. There's a QR code for anybody who wants to just hit it right now in the audience. My agenda today is just to give a brief project overview, talk about some of those changes, talk about some of the public comments that we've gotten actually since the draft was released to the Board of Commissioners, and then have that question and discussion. So a quick overview. What is a comprehensive plan? Really, it's a tool to guide your land use planning and local governance. It's an opportunity and has been an opportunity for you all to think holistically about the future of the township. And the goal is to create a framework for decision-making over the next 10 years. It is a legal foundation for zoning, and it plays an important role in your capital improvements program. One of the key ways that your comprehensive plan is implemented is through applying for grants and pointing to your comprehensive plan as a demonstration that you have community support for the money that you're seeking. And it is also a great place to identify future studies and/or planning efforts. The plan was developed over the course, like I said, of about a year and a half. We went through a really comprehensive review of all the previous planning work that was done. We did an existing conditions and trends analysis, which we presented to all of you. We did a lot of community and stakeholder engagement. We engaged your township staff, and then we obviously brought in our own professional expertise into this. Everything that we did throughout the process was posted on Radnor 2035. A lot of the documents that are now in the appendice were in the library there, along with recordings of the presentations that I made throughout. We talked about the engagement in these sort of 4 buckets or groups. The first was connect. That's our ability to just get in touch with people in the community, either through the project website, e-blast, social media. We had a bunch of posters and bookmarks, and we sent out about 5,000 every door direct mailers. These are little postcards that go to basically every house or business that's on a mailing route. We also do something called listening and learning, where we're out there and we're just, keeping our ears open. We're not really saying much, we're asking a lot of questions, and we're trying to understand what's important to people. That moves into collaboration, where we start to get into ideas. We bring ideas to the table. We work with ideas that people have brought to the table, for example, through the virtual community survey or the stakeholder interviews. And then in the last phase, we refine those ideas. Something to sort of pay attention to here is, numbers are really important throughout this process, obviously. I like to say somehow we read through 3,650 virtual workshop comments. I thought it was really interesting. It's sort of telling of the time that the average length of those comments was 200 characters. The exact length of a tweet, or I guess, I don't know what you call it now, a post on X. And one of the things about that I think was really valuable is that we got all of these long form comments from people, right? Really substantive comments that we were able to dig through. And it was more than just like a, pick one of the next three options kind of survey. We were actually able to really hear what people were saying about their community. We had 156 responses to the survey that we had after the in-person workshop and 60 people who attended that in-person workshop. There were 118 comments on the plan drafts that we put out, and those are the things that are highlighted in yellow were the response to those comments. The plan is presented in sort of three elements. They're the plan foundations, which is really the core piece of everything that supports the plan recommendations, and then the 11 chapters of the plan itself. There are also a number of appendices that are really important throughout this. It's already almost a 300-page document. I apologize that all of you had to read through all of that. But the reality is that there's a lot more information in there, and we didn't want to bury that information, bury the core recommendations in all of those appendices. So as you can see here, this is basically all the documentation that we had throughout the process, and that is included within the plan. So if you ever have any questions going forward, you can go back and you can look at that information and understand how it connects to the recommendations. When thinking about implementing this comprehensive plan, I like to think of this as sort of four buckets that you can use. The first one are regulatory changes. So these are, changes to your zoning and SALDO, updates to things like your environmental regulations. One of the big things you did coming out of your last comprehensive plan was update your stormwater ordinance. So that's a really important way that you can implement this. Another way of doing that is capital projects, right? So some of that money is coming through municipal funding. But another group of those projects is also, or the buckets of funding, is grant funding. And that's one of the reasons why in a comprehensive plan, sometimes you will see recommendations that you say, we don't have the money to do that. And it's like, yeah, you may not have the money to do it right now, but there may be a grant in 5 years. There may be a grant in 6 years that becomes available. And you want to be able to point to your comprehensive plan and say, yes, this is a priority for our community. Please give us the money in order to do that. Likewise, the county, SEPTA, DVRPC, and the state are all pushing out projects over the course of the next 10 years, and you want to be able to tell them what your priorities are relative to their investments. Partnership and advocacy are another important part of this. You have a lot of big institutions. You also have businesses in this community, and you have residents, and you need to be partnering and working with them in order to implement these recommendations. And then finally, there's going to be additional planning work and studies that you're going to do that are going to help advance a lot of the recommendations in this comprehensive plan. So I wanted to walk through very quickly the changes since the draft that was released and presented to the Board of Commissioners. One of the first things that we did on the recommendation of you all was added a lot more pictures to the draft. We heard very clearly that this draft did not sufficiently celebrate, I'm seeing a lot of smiles and elbows up there, I appreciate it, did not sufficiently celebrate all the great things that Radnor was. That was really a oversight on our part. One of the things that we heard really early in this process, and if you go back and you look at your 2003 comprehensive plan, you can understand why, was that the last comprehensive plan was just too data-driven and it wasn't implementation-focused enough. And I think the pendulum, when we released that first draft, swung a little bit too hard to the implementation side. So we brought in some more pictures, and along with that, we brought in this sort of background section and moved the vision up front. So one of the first things that you'll read when you open this comprehensive plan is a discussion of what's great about Radnor today, what people really like, and then a conversation about sort of what Radnor should look like in the next 10 years. In addition to that, we brought in a little bit more information about what is the Radnor 2035 comprehensive plan. Really emphasizing that it's a big picture advisory document and that it's not rigid. One of the things that's really important with all of these documents is you're adopting something that is a framework. It's got a lot of really important steps. I think a lot about driving cross country when I was a kid. You know, you'd identify where you would drive and what roads you would take and what hotels you would stay. But invariably, there's always going to be hiccups, there's going to be traffic, there's going to be things that are going to force you to change your route. And we wanted to emphasize that this isn't something that is set in stone. It's something that you need to be interacting with dynamically. The other thing that we did is each chapter got a background section for each for itself. So what we did in this was, again, bring forward a little bit more of the things that we heard throughout the process that people really liked about Radnor, and at the same time brought in some additional relevant existing conditions details from those appendices into the main document. And what I'm going to emphasize throughout this entire process is none of this was new. None of this was something that we weren't talking about before. It was just something that we wanted to move up sort of into the front of the document. The other thing that we did is we brought more engagement details and participation quotes into the front of the document. I hope you all remember when I came to the Board of Commissioners and also to you to present the virtual workshop survey results. I went through each topic area and showed sort of these same types of quotes. You can see a pullout there from one of the slides there of people who participated, what they were saying, and how that reflected a theme or an idea that was ultimately integrated into the plan. That was all in the summaries. It was all in the appendices in the old document. What we've done is move that forward a little bit more so that you can better tie the sort of community participation to the recommendations in the plan. Along with that, we brought forward some of those workshop results. So again, a lot of this stuff was in the appendices. It was stuff that was shared and posted online. But you know, in talking with all of you and hearing some of the comments, we were realizing that that was getting lost in the conversation, and we needed to bring that forward. So if you go back into that in-person workshop summary from July, it's those same charts, it's that same information, just summarized and moved forward in the document. There were a number of text changes that we also made in response to comments. Again, like I said, one of the first things was just emphasizing that this plan is making recommendations and not directives. One of the things that a resident called out as part of this was the benefits of composting, something that we agree with and think is consistent with the goals and objectives of the plan. And so that was brought forward on 64. Same with renewable energy on private property, which is on page 65. One of the things that we heard from some of the people who have really involved in your historic preservation was that the recommendations on the Preservation Advisory Group needed some tweaking. And we really agreed with those recommendations. We thought it was a good adjustment, and so made those on page 81. One of the things that we heard was that it would be worthwhile to bring in the Radnor Historical Society's list of potential historic properties into the comprehensive plan. So we've done that. The one thing we've also done with that, though, is try to be really clear, and I want to emphasize, that list really should be viewed as a list of potential historic properties. It is not a list of properties that meet a certain criteria and designation. It is a really great starting point. They've done a lot of research. They've done a lot of work. But it is really important to recognize that that is not a list that you can just go out and adopt and say, yes, these are all historic properties. There's a lot more work that needs to be done there. And along with that, one of the recommendations that we heard was to include zoning incentives for historic preservation. This is something that a lot of communities do. It's sort of the other side of saying, hey, we are going to place restrictions on properties. This is an incentive in order to get property owners to preserve their historic properties. One of the big things that we added to this was a whole section on supporting economic development in Garrett Hills. So that's on page 101 through 102. A lot of that was bringing forward the recommendations from the Garrett Hill Master Plan. So there's also a question that was raised about the office parcels. And one of the recommendations in the plan is that you all, through your rezoning process, need to be looking at really your scattered office parcels and determining whether or not they're going to be viable in this current office market. And one of the things that we wanted to emphasize in that was that any rezoning of that should avoid unnecessary redevelopment of office properties that are already actively using. This is really a recommendation recognizing that the office market is in flux, that you really don't know what it's going to look like in the next 5 to 10 years, and that you should be looking at options to sort of ensure that if those office tenants leave, that those properties just don't sit vacant because there's no other use for them. We also included a mention of a more detailed introduction to the housing strategy with the goal there of really trying to emphasize the connection between the recommendations that were made in 2003, how those weren't implemented, and why that is leading to a lot of the concerns that you're having right now in terms of your housing market. Finally, we fully flushed out all of the different departments in the Township Services section in 180, and you will see a draft implementation matrix that the Township has done a very good job of filling out and identifying, and we can talk a little bit more about what implementation is going to look like based on your questions. So with that, sorry, there's one more quick set of suggested changes. So we got a couple of comments since the comments were incorporated in the draft that you all are looking at now and today's meeting. So I'm just going to hand this out really quickly. What I'm handing out are literally just copies of these slides in recognition that at least I have a hard time reading anything on a screen with that much text. But what we got was a comment from somebody who noted that you're already starting to implement some of these recommendations, specifically working with local partners to promote a complete history of Radnor Township. And the Parks and Rec has worked together with Community Breakfast Collaborative to create this sort of flyer, and we think it's a great example of implementation of that kind of strategy, and we think we should include that information in the comprehensive plan. So this is not an additional recommendation, it's just more an elaboration on or an example of how you can implement one of the recommendations. The other thing that we heard was that the plan did not sufficiently address some of these sort of small commercial districts throughout the township. And so what we're recommending is that as part of the approval tonight, you approve the incorporation of this recommendation, which is to protect and enhance the small commercial districts in the township. And those are the ones sort of around Conestoga Road and West Wayne Avenue, Conestoga Road and South Radnor Chester Road, and then along County Line Road and Haverford Road between Conestoga Road and Landover Road. Lots of roads on there, but I think you all are probably pretty familiar with these areas. And the recommendation here is just to protect and enhance those locations. So with that, I am here to answer any questions that you all might have about either the previous draft or the changes that have been made.
So thank you for that overview. The first question I had, just wanted to direct it over to the solicitor. And just to clarify what the Planning Commission's role is with respect to this evening and addressing this comprehensive plan.
Your role is to provide comments and recommendations to the Board of Commissioners, and the Board of Commissioners would then take those comments and recommendations under consideration when they actually viewed the comprehensive plan and determined whether or not to adopt it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Texla, just to go back to the beginning of the plan to understand what it is and what it isn't, I think on page 7 and 8, you mentioned that the plan is not a rigid directive but a living document, and that you envision that additional studies, plans, public input would be used before implementation of any specific directive or any specific actions. Is that accurate?
I would, the only modification to that statement would be any. I don't think you need to study every single, like before implementing anything here, I don't think you need to do an additional plan and study. There's certainly locations here where you're going to need to do additional work. So a really good example would be zoning updates, right? As you go through a process of updating your zoning ordinance, you're going to do things like look at non-conforming uses, right? You're going to look at lots that are non-conforming. You're going to go into details about what are appropriate setbacks in different areas. That's not something that we do as part of a comprehensive planning effort. There are other recommendations here that I think have a really strong foundation in the work that we've done that I think you can continue to sort of implement, and to the extent that that may include more discussion and conversation, certainly, but I don't imagine having to commission more studies in order to do a lot of the work here.
Can you give an example of something that doesn't need more work?
Yeah, I think so. One of the recommendations that we've done here is I apologize, I always mess this up, Greenways and Open Trails plan that you've done is excellent. And one of the recommendations that we've done here is say basically continue to implement that work. That's a really good example of something that you can just go ahead with. I think there's some other recommendations here. Let me actually take a second and get to a page here where I can see this. So, it's sort of a study to implement, but I think one of the recommendations is updating the 1991 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. I don't think you need to do any studying in order to start the implementation of that work. I think there are a number of investments in infrastructure to reduce pollution, a number of the stormwater recommendations throughout here that I think are very strongly, you've got a really strong foundation for implementing.
Okay. Let me just bring you back to the beginning of the plan where you identify what some of the concerns of the residents that you spoke with were. So at the beginning of the plan, you list out the various, there's about, 11 or 12 concerns of residents. Is it accurate that the top 3 concerns focus on preserving open spaces, preserving character of neighborhoods, and preserving natural resources?
Yes, although I want to be clear here that that is a sort of a capturing a moment in time, and the intent of this plan is not to be a strategic implementation plan. Does that make sense?
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, so if we were doing like a strategic 3-year plan, right? One of the things that we would do in that is say, hey, you've got 3 years to implement this plan. We've got to really narrow down what we're going to focus on in implementing that. And so maybe we're not even going to talk about these other issues, right? And we're only going to talk about these top 3 priorities because you only got 3 years to implement it. That's not the perspective of a comprehensive plan. It's intended to be comprehensive. And so in doing that, it's critical to recognize that even though you're kind of going down and you're seeing maybe things that some people are seeing as less of a priority, right? Those are still important. The other thing that I want to emphasize in thinking about this is actually going back to that second bullet up there, an opportunity to think holistically about the future of the township and building consensus. And one of the things that, and you know, this is always a hard thing for me to do when I do this. We put out these surveys and we're using these questions as a tool. But what I would say is the graph there is the second most important piece of information. The real key piece of information are the comments that we get when people select a priority. So if you remember the survey, people are able to select a priority, and the follow-up question is, why is this a priority? And one of the things that you can see when you read those comments is this sort of like, for example, interconnection between housing and open space, and how, you know, a desire to preserve neighborhood character is also a desire to improve open space or preserve open space. And at the same time, people talking about like, hey, I really care about a sustainable community and I want more places to walk, right? That's mobility, right, under this, and sustainability. So I think it's important to look at those as an indication of priorities, certainly, but I would caution you very strongly to hold on to that as too much of a, this is the only, you know, this is the framework for which we would think about implementing things. Does that make any sense?
It does. I do have some questions, and this has been sort of an ongoing theme, at least for me, is that the comp plan really does a great job in presenting a variety of options to deal with the things that are important to residents. Yep. Some of those options, unfortunately, are conflicting. Let me give an example. Mm-hmm. On page 125, when we look at updating ordinances to support construction of more diverse housing, mm-hmm. Item number 1 is ADUs. Mm-hmm. And that section, as well as a supporting focus on accessory dwelling units, goes into the discussion of that's one of the ways that you can create more housing. Right. It furthermore makes the statement that we can promote gentle density increasing and establishing neighborhoods without fundamentally altering their character. Yep. I would argue that the converse of that is also true, that ADUs would potentially, while increasing housing stock, would also alter the character of neighborhoods that are impacted. Is there a discussion of that? Because everything, a lot of these housing choices, a lot of these zoning choices, they do come at a cost.
So a couple of things. I think let's take a step back, can we? And I think it would be really helpful to think about this and really thinking about this holistically, because that is the approach that we took here. So one of the important things to recognize is you've got this really interrelated condition, which is you've got a desire to protect your neighborhoods. That there is a relationship there to protection of open space and sort of this idea of a key part of what makes Radnor are these very sort of lush neighborhoods, right? That's a kind of core piece of it. At the same time, you've got a clearly identified need for some new housing to meet an unmet housing need, and calls for basically addressing what people are identifying as an affordability issue. And I want to be really clear here, when people are talking about an affordability issue, this is not just low and moderate income housing. This is, Radnor's middle class people talking about issues with affordability. And those three things are sort of interrelated and they play off each other. And if you all were at the in-person workshop, we had a presentation there where we talked about the difficulty in dealing with these issues. Because as you sort of lock down, right, on what can be built, right, sort of lean towards preservation, essentially what you do is you exacerbate those other two issues, right? Housing tends to become more unaffordable, and you reduce housing options. And conversely, to the extent that you allow new housing to be built to relieve some of the pressure on your affordability or create housing options, you're introducing this question of you're changing the character of the community, right? It's a very difficult and intractable situation. And so one of the things that we've done here is if you go to page, and it's gonna take me a minute to find it. If you go to the page 114 on the plan, which is the preliminary housing areas. What we have done is try to think about this as it doesn't have to be an all or nothing situation across the entire township. There are areas where it makes sense to really sort of focus in on that preservation quality, all right? And then there are areas where, because of the conditions in the housing market, because of the zoning, it makes some sense to really manage your change. And really those areas in yellow, those managed change areas, are areas that we've identified as places that are likely to be changing because of the physical conditions combined with the market conditions. That it's going to be very difficult to keep those the same. And the reason for that is going to be that if you really adjust your zoning in those areas so that the physical conditions don't change, the cost things are going to change very, very significantly. And one of the things that we've heard from people over and over again is these are some of the neighborhoods that people could buy into in Radnor from a middle class perspective. And people are really scared that they're getting priced out, that their kids can't buy into those kinds of neighborhoods. And so it's, again, the place where you're really going to have to work with the residents in those areas to find the right balance between sort of physical change and what you might call socioeconomic change. And then the third thing that we've done is basically identified two areas where we think there's a lot of infrastructure in place where you could direct your sort of housing. And again, these are pretty modest, proposals here, but where you could direct housing where it would have the least impact. And I'm not suggesting that they would have no impact, but one of the key things about both of these areas is that they are previously developed areas. So for all the people who are concerned about open space preservation, right, this is a great place for things to go. For everybody who's concerned about sustainability, right, these are really great places for growth to happen if you're going to allow some sort of change in your housing market. They're also places where there's a lot of transit infrastructure. So for people who are concerned about the potential traffic impacts of new housing on the community, these are great locations for them to go. So it's sort of trying to work in this idea that it doesn't have to be an all or nothing solution to this. And in terms of and now I'm going to get to the ADU part because I think it's an important question. One of the things that I really want you to think about when you think about ADUs is I do not see them as the panacea that some housing advocates tend to think that they are, nor do I see them as a substantially dangerous option. So one way to think about it a little bit is an ADU is going to cost you about $200,000 to build outright, Okay, so when you look at places that are sort of comparable to Radnor, Princeton's a really great example of it. They've got an ADU ordinance across their entire community. They have not seen wholesale construction of accessory dwelling units. Where you most frequently are seeing them are in actually new construction, because a developer or a builder can roll the cost of the accessory dwelling unit into the development costs of the entire construction, and therefore makes sense for them to include it as such. So that's when I say I don't think of it as like a fundamental change to like the character of the community. It's coming from like my experience, which is saying like you may get one of them on a block. You may get them like one or two in a neighborhood at most. You're not going to see this like wholesale change where all of a sudden everybody's got an accessory dwelling unit. It doesn't make financial sense for a lot of people, and it doesn't make, there are a lot of lots that just, it practically wouldn't make any sense. You couldn't get approvals for.
Let me just jump in with a couple of things.
Yeah.
Part of this is we're having a discussion that's springing off of this unmet demand, this housing demand. So when you have a housing demand, these are people that don't have a house that are looking to move in.
No, I think that's an incorrect.
So you're looking at people that live in the township and would sell their house to move into a different house.
Yes. That's what all the stakeholder engagement, I mean, if you go back and you read the documents and you look at the presentations that we made, all the community comments, the stakeholder engagement that we've done, what you're basically have happening right now is you've got a population that's aging. And as that population is aging, they're having a hard time finding housing that they need. And basically what we're hearing is, I've got one option, I've got two options. Stay in my house that's too big, right, that I can't afford, that I don't want to keep up, that's just like giving me all the headaches that homeownership is giving me, or move into what is essentially like luxury condominiums. And I don't want that either. And so people are feeling stuck. And what they're doing is they're moving out of the township. And we heard over and over again that like, I have friends, I know people who are moving out. And that's a real concern. And one of the things that we sort of highlighted through all of this is you're losing your small, like one-person households. And I think that's a real indication of the fact that like, if you're a one-person household, 20 years ago, you could probably make it work here in Radnor. The cost of housing combined with the lack of options is really making it difficult to be a one-person household in Radnor.
But is that really a fair assessment? Is it not accurate that Radnor, unlike the surrounding areas, has the highest amount of rental and those type of properties? What's your statistic? I think was like 35%.
I think you're conflating rentals with housing forms.
Okay. What is the 35% number that you have in here?
Right, that's rentals, you're right.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that you have, just because you have rentals, doesn't mean that you have housing options. And new housing options don't have to be rentals.
No, but we have, I think, in Radnor, we have a wide range we have condos and apartments and standalone houses and row homes and twins. We have a wide and a diverse array of neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Going from smaller houses up to the large mansions that you've pointed out, as well as condos and apartments, some on the modest side and some on the luxury side. Then again, we can only provide what we can provide. We're not, a social engineer of the housing market.
So let me ask a question, Lane.
Sure.
So I think what we tried to do in this updated version is document how a lot of the same concerns that were raised in 2003 are coming up again in this plan. Just give me a second, all right? and really trying to draw a line here, which I think is, there's a very clear rational nexus to, is basically failure to update your zoning ordinances after the 2003 plan, to enact your housing recommendations, is the reason why you're hearing those same themes again. So, what I'm hearing from you, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're saying we have enough housing, we have enough diversity. And what I'm trying to say is, like, based on the engagement that we've done with residents, based on looking at the census data and looking at the changes in your demographics, your housing market and your demand aren't lining up. So I guess where should I be looking from your perspective to say that the provision of housing aligns with the need?
Well, so I know you pointed out in the concerns of residents, the issue of housing diversity or housing affordability, but those were voiced by about 1 out of 10 people that you spoke with. I'm just, as a starting point, I don't know that that's the driving concern in the township, but I guess as we're pulling all these pieces at one time, one thing that I did note, because I did go through your exhibits, and there's one which is third item of Appendix B. Third item of Appendix B is entitled Housing Analysis and Recommendations Background. I found language in there that was, I thought, helpful and interesting, to the point that it may, deserve to be brought forward into your text. And in particular, on page 2, under the approach to housing recommendations and zoning changes, the second paragraph in that section, on down, that the housing demand in Radnor Township is largely driven by factors beyond the township's control. And that's where it goes off of the great things that Radnor has to offer: the excellent schools, transit accessibility, vibrant downtown, parks, open spaces. And it's a highly desirable community where people are willing to pay a premium. It's market factors that make, for better or for worse, the issue of the housing prices that we're facing. It's also a national issue, it's also a regional issue, it's also a mainline issue. I don't know if some of the suggestions on the focus of housing is looking to defeat market forces, and then to the extent that you would, push in high-density housing, how that would affect the current housing prices. So let me just ask you, if you have a house, and you have a house that's $1 million on the market right now, if the comprehensive plan goes in and changes and provides for all higher density housing and more housing, how would that housing price be affected in 5 or 7 years? How would you envision all things being equal?
Okay, so you've shared a lot. Can I unpack
Sure.
some of that? All right, thank you very much. So first things first, I think it's really important to be clear that when we looked at that graph, right, about all the different issues, we sort of consolidated those issues around topic areas. And housing, when you took all of those areas together, right, housing was the top area of concern. So if we go back to page...
I don't think that's accurate.
So if we go back to page, excuse me, and I apologize, I don't have the, so if you go back to page 14 and you look at the second graph on that figure 2, participant priority areas of concern. So what we did is we said, all right, so there are these sort of subtopic areas. If we bring them together, housing, right, is a big priority area of concern. And one of the things that is really important to recognize in that sort of conversation is about half of people identified neighborhood preservation, right, or as a concern. The other half identified either affordability or housing choice, essentially, as an issue. Okay? Interestingly, about 10% of respondents identified neighborhood preservation and either affordability or housing options. And another 10% identified all three of them as an issue, recognizing that these are interrelated issues. Okay, so I think that what I was hearing from you a little bit is this idea that like housing, neighborhood conservation or sort of neighborhood preservation is the top housing priority. And I think that that is, it neglects the reality that if you look at those two things as, hey, I want to keep things essentially the same, or I want things to change, people are split about 50-50.
I hear you on that.
Cool.
And I would just echo what MJ said a moment ago, that maybe in the topics of primary concern, you could add a sentence under or a section underneath it just to recognize that the topics of primary concern may have substantive conflict with one another. You know, if you're including, you want things to stay the same, you want to worry about traffic and density. At the same time, maybe we should build more housing and have density. Those can be different. You can have people saying those two different potentially opposing views, but I'm saying just recognize it, just so that we can have a clear understanding that there's a lot of voices being heard here, and some of them may be in conflict with one another, which is something, again, just like you said, with studies and more discussion and insight, maybe you can come to a conclusion, but it's not cut and dry because some of these things may conflict.
Yeah, so I think something like that. I mean, personally, I'm somewhat inclined to just take out that figure because it seems to be such a misleading part of the conversation in some ways. Because
statistics are that way.
What I would do is I would direct you to those background sections that we've added to each section, where we've not only brought in a lot more detail in there, but we've brought in these sort of like sub areas of concern. So taking those, big buckets, right, neighborhood conservation, and distill them into more concrete categories, basically using the comments to inform them. Those categories, those like neighborhood conservation, are our words, right? We had to start somewhere with with these surveys. Those sort of like areas for improvement, those subcategories, are your all's words, they're resident words. So the next question that you brought up here about the market conditions. It's certainly true that Radnor, is in a larger housing market, right? What happens in other townships and other places impacts what happens here. I think your analysis is overlooking, obviously, the supply side of that, right? Which is to say that zoning is a really critical part of the housing market because it controls what it can be built or can't be built.
Yes.
Right? So the extent to which you are constraining, right, what can be built is having an impact on the supply of housing in the market, and therefore is going to have impacts on that. So to say that Radnor is a willow being sort of flown around by the wind of the market conditions, I think is not an accurate representation. You have control over the market, and in fact, being a community in the position that you are, I think that's one of the reasons why we've cited the Delaware County Housing Plan, we've cited the DVRPC Housing Plan. You all are a leader in the housing market, and what you all do in the housing market is going to set a tone for what happens in the surrounding areas. So the extent to which you look at some of these conditions and you look to your neighbors, Lower Merion Township is doing lots of things with their housing market and is making choices around that that's affecting you, right? And one of the things that I strongly encourage you to do, and I cannot emphasize this enough, especially on the housing side, is to build relationships with your neighbors, with your other people in your housing market, so that you can work collectively on these issues. I'm working in Swarthmore, they've got these concerns. I'm working in Media, they've got these concerns. I'm working in Haverford Township, they've got these concerns. You are not alone in communities that are trying to struggle with these issues. And the recommendations that I've put here, I think very much align with what I would say is a modest change in the supply of housing to make and address what I don't think are big gaps in your housing market. They're important gaps, but this plan, and I really want to emphasize this, and I think the map on page 114 emphasizes this. This is not a plan to reshape the entire housing market. This is a plan that really talks about strategic investments in housing, strategic direction of growth in housing, in order to address concerns that, like I said, have been lingering for about at least 20 years that we know of, based on your last comprehensive plan.
So going to page 114, the map that you're referencing.
Yep.
You have some areas in pink that are designated as areas for growth. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The bulk of those areas are really surrounding the Radnor train station.
Well, it's the Radnor train
Two-thirds.
station and Wayne.
Right. About 1/3 over at Wayne and 2/3 over at the
And-
Radnor train
yeah,
station.
and Bryn Mawr Station, right? So
A little bit.
Right, so we've certainly heard the concerns from residents about, again, open space, loss, and the need to address traffic concerns. And so if you're looking for places where you're gonna add housing, right? If you have to figure out, some place for them, the ideal location are places that have already been developed, so, gray fields, and places near transit where people are able to at least have the option not to drive a car in order to meet their basic needs.
But do you think that's really accurate in Radnor? I mean, if you live next to the train station, that isn't going to change whether you need a car. You're going to need a car to go to anything other than Center City or Downingtown.
The research on that would not support that finding.
I take the train. I know which way it goes. It goes to Downingtown or it goes to Center City. It doesn't connect. It's not like a London type, transit where it would connect over to Doylestown and Fort Washington and down to Westchester. It doesn't go that way.
Okay.
So it goes either in or out. And when you go downtown, I don't know that you're going to have this huge amount population that's looking to go 13 miles outside of where they work, if that's where they're going to work. That would be the biggest draw.
So I think it's important to recognize that a quarter of people who commute to work. So you've got some really interesting things going on right now. The work from home thing is something to really be paying attention to, and I think it's something that's going to have a big impact on Radnor because you've got the employment that is ideally suited to work from home. Okay, and as of the last bit of information that we had, which was really right after the pandemic, you went from I think like 3% of people working from home to 20% of people working from home, which is a big deal. But of the people who commuted to work, a quarter of them commuted into the city of Philadelphia.
I commute in. I work half the time in the city and the other half at home.
Okay.
However, and I'm in even walking distance to the train station, but that has no effect whether we need a car, because we need a car to go to King of Prussia and to Giant and to the
Right,
Route 8 and everything else. So you're not going to change the car thing.
And so the whole research here, to be really clear about this, and the direction here is the idea, and I don't think is ever expressed in this, and it has been expressed anywhere, the idea is not that these are locations where people are not going to drive. All right, there is going to be people there who are going to drive. These are, and all of the research indicates, right, that these are the locations where people will drive less if they live there than somewhere else in your community. And I'll be perfectly frank, you can drop a pin anywhere in Radnor. There are a lot of people who are essentially isolated from the rest of the region without a car, right? And so when you start talking about, except for Ubers, right, to get from one place to another, when you start talking about your aging population, when you start talking about the fact that, you're a school-driven community, right? That's one of the things that Radnor prides itself on. You have a whole population here who is essentially locked at home when they can't, get a ride from mom and dad to go to their sports events or to school or somewhere else. These are areas where what you are essentially looking to is to encourage housing where instead of having 2 cars, they've got 1 car. That's really the sort of model that you would look to emulate here. And one of the great things about having 1 car, you say you need to go to King of Prussia, you need to go everywhere else. If you look at the mobility data, it's wild. I was very surprised at this, but if you look at Route 30, the average annual daily traffic volumes on Route 30, DOT numbers, these are not something that I have gone, it's going down. So that means like on an average day, the number of cars that are traveling along there are going down, and it was going down before the pandemic. So what you're really looking to do is decrease traffic during peak volumes, right? Those 9 to 5, sort of like going into work and going home at work, that's when you get most of your traffic. And so if you can get one person to move to, for example, taking the train instead of driving during those really peak times, that's a big deal. That's a big shift off of that. And again, I really want to emphasize this. We are talking about modest changes in the number of housing units proposed in these areas. Everything that we've talked about here is not, I believe you mentioned one like Conshohocken, and I drove past Conshohocken today. I was like, oh my God, that's nowhere close to what we're talking about here.
Okay. So let me just note for you on the map on page 114, in that pink area that you did highlight,
Yep.
I think it should at least be modified because half of that pink circle to the right is Archbishop Carroll.
Yeah, I mean, we can take, if that's something that you want to take off, that's certainly
I-
something we can.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean,
It's one thing if, first of all, like the office buildings in this area, are they not, they're doing well right now?
define well.
I don't know. Going by what your report said, it sounded like they're doing well. Are they 80-some% rented?
Yes. So, I mean, honestly, the office market is something that all due respect to Brandywine and what they're saying, I have real questions about the future of all office markets. So they're leased,
Yeah.
they're not
Yeah.
occupied.
And one of the proposals you have in here, which is, maybe a good one, is to have someone from the township dedicated to you could define how it is. Is it
Right.
business related and,
Right.
development, to keep those type of places rented and if office rental is going to decrease, let it decrease in someone else's and let them come to Radnor,
Yeah,
and make it the place where they want to be.
Or the other way to think about it a little bit is make a stronger connection between where people live and where people work.
So all I would say is that's a discussion that would, at the very least, require, as we said at the beginning, additional study and consideration.
Sure.
Because I can tell you in that area, King of Prussia Road and Matson Ford, those are busy, especially King of Prussia.
Sure.
It's a busy road. It's difficult to get out onto King of Prussia in the morning.
Yeah, I absolutely, and I think that I hope it is very clear here. We really strongly recommend that you undertake a planning effort in that Radnor Station area. So one thing to understand is that SEPTA has really been ramping up what they're calling its transit-oriented communities program. They're really recognizing that there's a relationship between its ridership and the land that is surrounding its train station. So they're looking to support communities that are looking to do planning around their area. The other thing to recognize, again, is that a big chunk of this land is owned by Brandywine. Anybody who is telling you in looking in the office market who's sitting there saying like, I'm 100% confident about where the future of the office market in 10 years is going to be, is lying to you. Like, I don't know how else to say it. Like, if I were part of Brandywine and I were talking to them, I'd be like, start thinking about what the potential options are. So I think you've got an opportunity here to engage a partner, both in SEPTA and in Brandywine, to think about what this could be, and to, as you say, study and plan for what that might look like. And that would look like, and I hope we've emphasized throughout here, looking at the impact of like on schools, looking on the environmental impact of that, looking at the traffic impact of that.
So that's something that I don't know if has been addressed in the plan, is if you were to increase housing and you were to increase, students, how does that fit in? Has there been any assessment as to whether the schools could handle additional enrollment, or would you require another school?
So that's why we've emphasized in this, let me find the recommendation here so I can speak directly to it. Sorry, Parks and Recreation. Oh, I've got this is the problem with paper. I'm trying to find the specific recommendation on, so the recommendation is develop a transit-oriented community master plan that studies how to meet housing needs near transit.
Right. And that was something that I had kind of flagged, and I guess, that's another one of those, is it a study, is it a directive? My understanding is that there's a study going on right now, or there will be, I guess was there a grant related to?
Yeah, but that's for Wayne.
Okay. So I guess before we come up with a master plan, we should first look into whether we need a master plan, whether this is a direction that we would want to go into.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, Lane, and I guess I want to point you to the bottom of page 120, if you all would go to that. And I apologize to everybody here. I wish I could put the plan up there so everybody could see. Is there a way for me to do that? So that I just feel bad for everybody who's sitting in the audience and we're
Aren't you
referencing-
controlling the view here?
I've got this, but I don't have the plan on
Do you
here.
have a
Let me,
pa- do you
if
have
you
a
would give me a
paper
minute.
version?
If you would give me a minute to put it on here, I can do that.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So, Mr. Vines, if I can add, so the Board of Commissioners did, award the Wayne Business Master Plan. So we are actually moving forward with that. And this will actually dovetail with some of these things. So in the big picture, we definitely thought it best to have the comp plan complete and then move into the master plan so that there will be some dovetailing there and it will give us some direction.
And Mr. Norsini, just to clarify, part of that is transit-oriented development.
It's very specific categories: parking, business development, right? And we are looking at everything in the Wayne Business District. Correct?
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Just to distract you at the same time, I had a comment. I noticed in the 2003 comprehensive plan, the two primary issues were preservation of our neighborhoods and the Wayne Business District. And since then, we've done a few things there, and a lot more can be done. But one of your ideas was to have a Main Street manager. And did it come up, or are you familiar in your other projects with business improvement districts?
Yeah, I think a business improvement district is certainly something to consider. So one of the things that we're going to be looking at when we get into the Wayne master plan is to think about what potentially could be a structure for an entity that could help support economic development. The other thing I want to emphasize here is that one of the recommendations that we made here is that the township consider like an economic development staff person. And that person could serve both in sort of supporting some of the major like office users and some of the places outside of Wayne, but also help supporting those Wayne businesses.
I would beg to differ a little bit. I was on the board of directors and on the executive board of the King of Prussia Business Improvement District for 15 years. And it's extraordinary what private enterprise, funded by private enterprise, can do.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely.
You know, that's, the stakeholders pay a little tiny bit and a lot gets done.
Yeah.
Mr. White, could you kind of comment on where we are with the Main Street manager, or Mr. Kaczynski?
We're identifying the position as the Economic Development Manager. That position has been included in the 2025 budget for funding. What hasn't happened yet is we haven't gotten approval from the Board of Commissioners to move forward with filling it yet. So if you're following along with the Board of Commissioners, recently we had a conversation about a fire position. We wanted to get that done first. The board authorized moving forward with that at their last meeting. I would forecast, depending on how this comp plan moves forward, us having the discussion at the Board of Commissioner level in the next couple of months.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Does that answer your question? Mhm. Okay.
Let me,
Has there been any consideration of a bid here? I had some informal discussions years ago with a couple of commissioners, and there was interest at the time, but no eagerness to move forward. All the funding for that position would be from assessments that are usually less than 3% of your taxes overall. And right now, with a variety of successes and expansion of the district, the budget in King of Prussia is like $1 million a year. One person is not going to necessarily have the impact that you hope.
Skip?
Yep.
So, I want to respond to that. I think we should let the Wayne master plan sort of process carry out to determine whether a bid is appropriate or not. That could be one of the options, but, taxing the property owners may actually do more harm than good at this stage.
Property owners aren't taxed. A majority, I think 75% of the identified business owners have to agree to be in a bid. You can't force it on them.
yeah, I will say this. We can certainly look at all the different options for supporting businesses in Wayne, including a bid. I think that's certainly something to look at. The other thing that I would just say is, and I don't know how this relates, you already have a business privilege tax that you levy. And I am not deeply familiar with the legislation on that, but my understanding is it's not something that you can mess with. You're essentially grandfathered into that. And so you just have to be careful that you're not unnecessarily jeopardizing the status of that. But the point being, we'll certainly look at bids as one of the organizational structures there.
I think King of Prussia still has a business privilege tax.
Okay.
It's not jeopardized by having a bid.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're just getting around to starting that, and I'm very interested in your perspective on that and getting your input on that.
Mr. Chair, if I could add some clarification to my own comments a moment ago. I just want to make it clear to everyone here and watching that what I laid out was not some business district where the businesses are going to be taxed separately for the position I identified. The position I identified is built within the township's budget based on the taxes in our revenue structure as it exists today. So there's no special improvement district that's funding this at this point. I mean, to Mr. Kim's point, we have to see how the Wayne Master Plan plays itself out. If there's something in addition that is recommended out of there, that's totally separate from what I was talking about. There's no additional tax or payments being put on the businesses for the position that I referred to.
It's sort of like a Wayne Business Association on steroids.
Yeah.
And once you're in the district, once you have that vote, that 75% vote by parcel, not by owner, that's it.
So our focus on the economic development conversations have been township-wide, not specific to just one business area.
My concern about the economic development manager is that there will be so special projects focused, so a lot of trees and missing the forest, which is what this comp plan is. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with the concern. how we structure the position is still something that we're working on, and basing that off of successes we've seen in other major
Okay.
commercial areas, where there is a constant focus on the forest, not just the trees. One of the concerns, and not to monopolize this meeting with this discussion, it's for a future meeting, but if too much emphasis on the trees is troublesome from a filling the position standpoint, because the success or failure of that person in that job can't be dependent upon single trees. It has to be based on the global condition of the township and whether they're helping it to improve or not.
Understood.
So thank you all. I just wanted to draw your attention, because we've been talking about transit-oriented development. You know, as part of the workshop, we presented this idea of transit-oriented development in and around the Radnor station area. And one of the things I think is really telling here is that if you look at it, about 62% of the people who participate in that, these are residents of Radnor, said that they either thought it was a great idea or they liked it, but they have some reservations, okay? Another 21% were skeptical but could be convinced. I always love those people who are just straight up honest and say, hey, I'm skeptical, but I could be convinced. Only about 21% of people said that they were actually opposed to the idea. You can look at the presentation in the appendices. We've included all the information that we've done. We followed that up with a question about what residential would you like to see in that area? What scale of residential would you like to see? And one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we gave participants an option in that process is to say they didn't want any housing. So no housing is an option. And 7% of respondents said that that was their preferred option. So, you know, Lane, as we've had these conversations back and forth, I think we keep getting into this sort of roundabout conversation where I recognize very much that you see this as something that, you know, may be detrimental to the community, and you don't see this as something that would move forward. And you've sort of emphasized throughout this process that you don't think that there's support for these ideas. And one of the things that we've tried to do throughout the document now is demonstrate how there is support for these ideas. That, like, we didn't just come up with these ideas and throw them in the document. We talked to people about them. We put ADUs out there for people to look at and consider as a housing solution as part of the workshop, and people responded to them. And I think one of the things that it's really important to understand about housing in general, and I'm going to editorialize here for a moment and take a step back. One of the biggest shifts that I've seen in communities like Radnor across the country and all the places that I've been is a recognition that housing and the social conditions that a community has are very much intertwined. And one of the things that people are, and I think you see it throughout this entire document, is a recognition that as demographics change, as housing interests change, communities can adjust in response to that. And so, you know, what we've seen here is, like, if I were, you know, a starting point for a comprehensive plan for the Radnor Station area, you can see right there, half of our participants said that small multifamily, 3 stories, is something that they would like to explore in more depth. I think that's a strong foundation for continuing that conversation.
Mr. Texa, just as a point of clarification here, with this particular meeting, and thank you for also allowing me to be on the steering committee and participate in this. I was actually at this meeting. Was this notion of perhaps doing some transit-oriented development at the Radnor Station, was that presented at any other point other than this? This meeting?
No, I mean, it was
for survey purposes.
For survey purposes, it was. I mean, we have a couple of touch points, you know, in the process, and so certainly we heard a lot of what I would say is like transit-oriented language in the community survey.
Sure.
People talking about desiring walkability, people, you know, wanting more transit access, people talking about some of the housing issues, and that's why we brought it up for the conversation. So the other thing that I will just say is that I hope everybody here has felt this, and, you know, it is a cornerstone of what we've done is we've tried to be very transparent throughout this entire process. Every time that we release one of these reports, everybody who signed up for an email around the project has gotten an email. One of the first things that we did as part of this project is we went to the Fall Fest, we went to Unity in the community, we had bookmarks at the library, we had posters up out there, we sent out 5,000 every door direct mailers. We tried to get as many people aware of this planning process as possible. And so I would say that we have gotten very few comments throughout this process that have pushed back on any of these recommendations.
Can I just editorialize myself here a moment? Because I've sat through a few of these and this, and my perspective, I only know about this because I'm on the planning commission. So, and I've talked to a lot of people in the community who say, what comprehensive plan? So there is an element that you have done some great things, and those are all good things that you've done, but I don't know that they're as effective as you think they were. And that, the other thing, if we're a comprehensive plan, what I hear is you've got the tail wagging the dog. Because put your graph together however you want, affordability is on the small end, and that, you know, works against some of this other stuff. Not to mention the aging population is the boomers, right? And we know that's a temporary situation. And are we gonna change everything? Sorry, but it is. I mean, so if we're being comprehensive, we got to keep that in mind as well. And I'm not saying affordability isn't an achievable goal, but let's get real about comprehensive and looking at this all and how this all fits together. I'm sorry, but it's been on my mind for a while, and just...
I respect that. I mean, I will say this. I would love everybody to be engaged in all of this. I really would. Like, my heart's desire is for everybody to care about these issues and love these issues as much as I do and be really embedded in it. The reality of this is, like, if you look at your fellow, you know, communities and you look at the planning processes that they do and you go around, you know, we have been as successful, if not more successful than they have in engaging people on these issues. There's a certain level of, yes, there are going to be people who come to these things and say, you know, why didn't I hear about this? And the honest answer is that sometimes we can't get to everybody. All right, the key thing that I want to emphasize throughout this entire process is you don't have to talk to everybody in order to get a good understanding of all the core issues, right? So one thing that's really important that I always joke about, and it's a really bad analogy now because of how bad it's been lately, but when they survey and do polls for national elections, that's 350 million people. They survey like a little over 1,000 people.
So, and I think your comment...
And it didn't work out.
And it doesn't always work out.
But
hang on. So I think Commissioner Brubaker, his comments are really reflective of a large portion of the township on a variety of issues, not just a comp plan. And I think we can sit here until we're blue in the face and until everybody falls asleep and debate whether we did our best to reach every single resident. And I think over the course of the last 2 years, and you've been there with me, Mr. Brubaker, I've advertised the survey, we've advertised the in-person workshops, I think there have been mailers. I do believe that, like it or not, we made a valiant attempt as a township, and I think the consultant made a valiant effort to engage as many residents as possible. Unfortunately or fortunately, the results of the surveys are the results of the surveys. I think what we're asking for today, and by the way, let's zero in on what we're talking about here. We're talking about a housing issue. I think you would have to be under a rock in the last 5 years not to recognize that there is some sort of a housing affordability issue or a supply issue. I think one exists. I think we absolutely disagree on how we deal with those issues, which is, I think, part of the reason why we've been talking for an hour and 20 minutes about it. So that being said,
MJ, can I just add one thing to that? I think maybe something that has been missed in this whole conversation, and I think is something that I want to draw attention to, is that the housing preservation conversation and the affordability issues are really tightly linked in the sense that, and I think we've put it in here, and I just want to pull it up really quickly. That's your housing, that's your neighborhood preservation and housing affordability issue rolled into one. That's a $600,000 home that got bought, demolished. Somebody built a 4,000 square foot, $2.4 million home on that lot. When people talk about affordability and neighborhood preservation, a lot of what they're talking about is this. And so to the extent that a lot of the recommendations here are focused on those areas in blue there, which are preserve areas, we're addressing those two things together. And I cannot emphasize enough that if you go back and you look at your comprehensive plan in 2003, they signaled this. They said, monsterization, it's happening. Update your ordinances. If you don't update your ordinances, you're going to be having these problems. And sure enough, we were seeing those problems. So I just want you guys to really think about that as a really core and connected issue.
I think
there.
we get it.
Okay.
I think we understand that. I think the biggest argument here, whether you're on the size of let's build more or let's preserve more, I think there's a cost to each one. Yeah. Keep in mind that our zoning codes are the ones that drive affordability. Remove the zoning code, remove all the overlays, and you can have any housing you want. Obviously, there's a large contingent of Wayne that doesn't want that. What is very clear to me, and I really appreciate the rewrite of this plan to incorporate these ideas as ideas. But I think more work needs to be done here, and let me explain. I started my commentary with ADUs, and I think it would be fair to present the other side of that argument. How will ADUs change? Your opinion is that they won't, and there won't be a lot of impact. I think there needs to be a discussion on the comp plan of the other side of ADUs, the dilution of housing in Wayne. I'd like to learn a little bit more about the short-term rental ordinance. You know, last time I checked Airbnb, which was today, I think there was 6 homes advertised on Airbnb for short-term rental. I'm not quite sure that's going to get us where we need. You know, maybe it will. Inclusionary zoning is another topic. This is on page 128. That deserves, I think it deserves another crack at from the other side. You know, inclusionary zoning can actually increase the cost of housing on those people who can afford it. And, you know, of course, Lower Merion's doing it. So I'd like to see a more balanced approach, if I may, on your discussion with housing that deals with the costs and the benefits on both sides.
So I appreciate that. There is there's a tendency with these issues to get stuck in that issue, in those questions.
And to be fair, that's what you're observing today.
There's benefits and trade-offs to all of that, and I would argue that maybe one of the reasons why your last comprehensive plan wasn't enacted, those like changes was because there wasn't real direction on how to do that, okay? So what I would suggest to you is that the recommendations in this plan have taken into consideration what you're talking about. There is a recognition that, yes, ADUs may have some, negligible impact on it, but from a professional standpoint, from somebody who does this every day, I think that this is a good way of going forward in addressing some of those issues. It takes into account the concerns of all the residents. And I really want to go back to this map because I think it really emphasizes this strategy here, which is an attempt to try to balance all of those needs here. And so I hear what you're saying, which is a little bit more maybe acknowledgement of the potential drawbacks there. The only thing that I would recommend is that if you write in everything as like, well, it could do this and it could do that, right? And it could have these impacts. I don't think I would be doing you any service by not presenting recommendations for how to deal with this very complicated issue. It's a little bit like if you're redoing your kitchen and you get a contractor in there and the contractor goes, well, you could move it over here, but if you move it over here, you could do it over there. And if you do it over there, but you might have to do it there, you walk out of that situation and you're like, that guy didn't give me a professional opinion about how I should address these issues. He just gave me all the trade-offs. And what I'm here to do, and I think one of the things that this plan does, is really try to balance all these competing needs. And they are competing needs. And I just want to go back to this map. If you look at this, the overwhelming recommendation here is to preserve and protect Radnor's neighborhoods, and then balance those needs in some of those areas. And to go back to this, if you go to this focus on, there's the inclusionary zoning focus on, which provides like more of that details, and this one, right, which really is a presentation of the three areas or the three approaches that we presented in the in-person workshop, which basically talks about those trade-offs. That if you maintain current zoning, this is what happens. If you reduce the buildable envelope, this is what happens. And if you allow missing middle, this is what happens, and sort of shows those as three different options.
And this is a great example of what I'm talking about, right? But keep in mind that this figure 19 on page 114, the one that you've been citing, there's some areas that, if you read a little bit more into it, you're proposing reducing the buildable envelope in one section or in a couple of sections. You're also suggesting directing additional housing to another section, which has an impact on traffic. Remember that, particularly around the Radnor Corporate Center, when we were talking about moving Penn Medicine or redeveloping that site, that was a dog and cat fight. And part of the issue there was that it is going to increase traffic. Guess what? It's increased traffic. Traffic is absolutely unbelievable.
Absolutely.
Try going to the mall at 4 p.m. You'd be very surprised. Or try to make a left turn out of my street, which is right in the middle of that. By the way, I'm very happy to hear that that area, my street in particular, is not being redeveloped. That being said, I think there are issues here that bear. I think there should be a more balanced approach to some of your ideas.
Okay, I mean,
and that's the recommendation that I'm willing to make.
Yeah, I totally respect that. I mean, I would posit to you that there are not a lot of options here, right? And so if you're not going to preserve, or if you're going to preserve, I assume that you all are comfortable with the idea of preserving those areas in blue. That you're not looking to, encourage multifamily or missing middle housing in those areas. Is that a fair statement to say?
Yes.
Yes, but it's a condition statement. We feel, well, I feel, I don't speak for the commission, I feel that the residents of that particular neighborhood have a much bigger say on the future of that neighborhood than, a
Right.
panel.
Okay.
Our panel here
Okay.
tonight.
But-
And I think it bears to hear from them some more.
Sure, but I would posit that those are large residential sections of your community where you've got, basically no need to encourage any change in your housing market. It's not going to, changing your zoning isn't going to push the housing in any direction anyways, and that what you should really be focusing on there is preservation. So if you assume that those areas are your areas of change, okay? And if you also agree, and you don't have to agree with me, but if you also agree that those areas are in yellow, are places that are going to change no matter what you do, okay? And I know that's a difficult thing to accept and recognize, but basically what we have posited in those areas is because of the physical conditions and the, as I say, the sort of global housing market that you guys are confronting in, things are going to change in those areas. They're either going to become more unaffordable, you're going to get the big redevelopment, right, that people have talked about that they don't want based on your current zoning. So if you leave your current zoning as is, you're going to get more of that, which people say they don't want. They don't want the affordability necessarily to go, the unaffordability in those areas to go up. And again, we're talking about middle class affordability here. We are not talking about low and moderate income housing introduction in these areas. If you recognize that those areas are going to change, our recommendation is basically like look at those three, conditions, your options there, and work with residents to figure out what to do there. That's the core recommendation there, okay? So now we've taken off pretty much everything off the map, right? The entire, you've limited down, and now all you've got left are areas that you say, man, if we were going to address the housing issues that we've identified, now, I will say this, it is perfectly acceptable for you all to say, hey, I think your community engagement and I think your analysis is bogus. I don't agree with it. I don't think we've got these housing issues, and if that is the supposition or the argument that you're willing to make, we can't really have a conversation, right? Because I strongly feel that all the work that we've done has very well documented that this is an issue and something that you need to take seriously. And
I don't think anybody on this panel is questioning the fact that you've tried to engage as many people as possible and you've gotten a valid response.
So if we recognize that there is a housing issue, right, that needs to be addressed, right, and that's a big question. If you all don't want to accept the premise that there are housing needs that need to be addressed, then that's a very reasonable position to take. I don't think it's supported by the facts. I don't think it's supported by the engagement process that we've done. But if you assume that, then we have to figure out where are you going to address it. And we've basically just taken two big sections of the township off the table. So we're now looking at two areas, basically, that, by the way, also meet other key township goals around improving access to transit, reducing demand on your open space network, concentrating development in areas where people have access to services. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to know what the alternative is.
Allow me a different
MJ.
point of view.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, and I think what we can take is we can take the survey off the table. In other words, it's done, it's valid. You've gotten feedback at in-person workshops. Right. We got that. I think people understand that there's an affordability crisis for, houses are getting more expensive. We all agree.
Right.
But it's one thing, okay, it's one thing to say, yeah, you know what, we'd like to see more development or, greater density or conversely, limiting the building envelope. And another thing to say that, yeah, I'd like that in my neighborhood, okay? Because for me, as I look at Beaupre with those beautifully large lots that are absolutely ripe for monsterization.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
Not my words, yours. Or,
your previous plan's words, yeah.
Right, thank you. I say, yeah, that's a great idea, let's limit that. But I don't live in Beaupre.
Right.
And the minute I approach that neighborhood and say, hey, guess what? We're going to limit you to your current building envelope, or we're going to restrict what you can do with your property, that's going to be another conversation.
But that's not the recommendation in this plan. The recommendation in this plan is for those areas in orange, and let's be really clear, is to work with those communities around those three issues, right? Exactly what you're asking for, MJ. You're basically saying like, hey, I think it should be up to the people who live in those communities to balance those needs. That's what we're saying as well. And I actually am a big believer that at this level, some of this feels very zero-sum. It is not always zero-sum. And we've worked with a lot of different communities to find non-zero-sum solutions to some of these issues. But those areas in orange, to be really clear, you could end up coming out of this, work with those communities, and the answer is, yeah, you know what? Based on the engagement with those residents, the finding is that we're going to leave zoning as is, and we're going to allow for redevelopment to occur in these communities.
Mr. Chairman.
That's
if I
a
could
reasonable.
Over here.
Sure.
Do you mind if I make a recommendation?
Please.
It is pretty clear that we are not going to land in a spot where folks on both sides of these microphones agree on the housing portion of this plan. If the commission has recommendations that it would like the Board of Commissioners to consider before they vote on the plan, that's the end goal here. So it's clear we're not going to find exactly a spot where everyone feels good about it. If the commission has those recommendations, let's move those recommendations forward. At the end of the day, it's the Board of Commissioners who are going to adopt the plan either as is or with your comments incorporated into it, and that would be the next step. Remember, with anything in this plan or any other planning document that is produced by the township, there's a whole other set of public review and criteria that will go through. So at a comprehensive level, it's concepts. If we get to a point 3 years down the road where we are in a different situation with, say, one of the areas for development, if a building has become vacant, there's going to be a whole nother public process that the discussion of what happens with that property, it's going to have to go through. So we're not going to solve that tonight. So again, going back to the recommendation, if there's recommendations that this commission wants to provide the commissioners, I think maybe we put those together and send them along to the commissioners.
At the end of the day, that's what we were intending to do. Are you finished with?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, let me just say one other thing before I give you a couple ideas.
Yeah.
One concern I have, and I think I voiced this previously to you.
Yeah.
I got it. You spoke with residents, you got some feedback, and there was engagement. There's an element of, when you're a resident, you leave a lot of stuff they're going to take care of it, and things are going to keep going the way they have been going. If something drastic is going to happen, Penn Medicine or something comes up,
Yeah.
then we hear about it, and then 100 people show up, and there's a lively discussion.
Yeah.
I think at this point, I spoke to a lot of people as well, just informally. Hey, did you hear about the comprehensive plan? By and large, no, they haven't. And they're not expecting, major things to develop out of it. It's just a plan. A plan long-term, general directions and so forth. My concern is if we start heading into certain areas that divert from where we've been, that's where concerns arise, and because it has a potential to change and downgrade that which we all, I think, really love about the community. That's where my head is at, that's where my heart is at, and that's, the concern. So with that said, I'm just saying, just so that we don't end up, kind of governing by ambush, and it's like, well, you should have come out and heard about the plan, because that's what, we're moving forward. So I just want to make sure before anyone heads down roads to change things that we've been doing, that we have more immediate engagement and thought and analysis before we take any kind of drastic steps. Along those lines, I think you've heard some voices about ADUs. You had a picture up there before. One concept of ADU is putting a little house in the back of your house, which might be great, for you. It may not be really well received by the neighbor behind you. I think I would not be pleased if people started putting little houses in the back of their property.
Yeah,
So I'm just saying, like,
I guess the only thing
Yeah.
I'm sorry, continue.
I'm just saying, maybe some communities like that, that would be a drastic change. That would be a drastic change, and not something that I would support my neighbor doing, and I wouldn't do it to my neighbor. I don't know that that would really move the needle on housing in the community. I think it would also increase the housing cost, because now your property is not just $1 million plus your $200,000 house. Now it's elevated your price. Now it's $1 million and a half dollar house that the next resident is going to have to get a grandma or someone to be living in their backyard, or now you've got an empty space.
So,
Let me just try to. I
Yep.
want to round it back out.
I just want to address something, because you brought this up before, Lane, and I just want to be really clear about this. You've said a couple of times that you think people sort of sit back and sort of let other people kind of take care of things. They don't expect, things to change, and they sort of, your sort of sense of this, like, hey, I'm delegating the responsibility to people to sort of maintain things as
They're
is.
busy.
Is that,
They're
They're
busy.
busy.
And when something drastic is going to happen, just like with an election
Right.
happening,
They
that's
tune
when
in.
they get engaged.
Right.
Other than that, the township goes through its business, and things just continue to typically operate the way they've done, unless
Right.
something. And we have a couple big developments that are coming in
Right.
that we have to deal with still tonight.
So-
Those do get the attention.
I do want you to think a little bit about all the people who did dedicate the time and the energy
Understood.
to participate in this.
Not diminishing.
Did share their ideas, do show up to these meetings, and do participate in this.
Yes.
And I would be very careful about undermining their contribution by saying that, there's a no need to change. I will say this, and I think that I will go back to this one last time, which is just to say that if you look at what was in your 2003 comprehensive plan, and you look at the issues identified there and the recommendations that are in that plan, hey, we're just going to continue as usual, we're not going to make any changes, is creating a situation in which your community, your residents, the people in your township, are experiencing the very things that plan foresaw. And we're finding evidence of that. So I
Understood.
totally agree with your idea that like you need to continue to engage people along the process.
Yes.
I would be very careful about saying that the people who showed up to this process did not make a meaningful contribution that needs to be seriously considered as a path forward for this township.
So never said it.
Okay.
Didn't say it.
Okay.
That isn't where I'm going.
All right, then I
My-
misunderstood, and I'm
No,
sorry.
No. My concern is, just as we're going down the road, to be careful if we're going to turn the car to the one side or the other without additional thought of why we're doing it and what the ramification's going to be. Along those lines, just thinking about the two type of changes in the community that, could happen or are happening. One, the kind of monsterization. Okay, that's something to be discussed, and, if you put a cap, a limit on that type of activity, that's keeping things the way they are. And saying, I don't want the community, my neighborhood to change in that way. I understand that. That's keeping things, in line with what they are and not changing it. If you're talking about, hey, maybe we should take open space and office parks and now change the character of that and push in residential housing, that's a way different concept in my mind. And
Yeah,
it also,
I recognize that. I think sometimes when we have these conversations, Lane, I think you're sometimes conflating. So when people talk about neighborhood conservation and you go and you look at the comments, they're talking about monsterization.
Yeah.
And when people are talking about, Radnor not changing, don't conflate the things not physically changing with things not socially, economically changing. We have heard over and over throughout this process that one of the things that is happening to Radnor is it is losing its ability to be a multi-generational community. That there are people who are having kids who are genuinely scared that their kids aren't going to be able to afford, to move into the community. So when we're talking about preservation, let's not lose sight of the fact that the preservation of the physical conditions does not always result in the preservation of the type of community that everybody loves and appreciates about Radnor. So let's not...
Understood.
Cool.
But even if you were to put in that type of housing, that doesn't mean it's going to be filled with people that have been, children growing up in Radnor.
Okay.
You're going to put it on the market, it's going to be gobbled up by, whatever buyer comes along.
And I think the biggest thing that I can say in this, Lane, is I hope that through this process and in hiring FHI Studio and me and all my colleagues, one of the things that you looked for was somebody who really knows their stuff, who cares deeply about these issues, who spends a lot of time learning and researching, who went to school for this, and who can bring to you all some solutions that, practically based on the best understanding of the sort of state of the art, will move things in a direction. Are they all perfect? Are they all things that, to your point, Lane, that you can just pick up tomorrow and just run away with? Absolutely not. Do I think all of the recommendations here very much align with really sound planning practices? Is there a connection between the goals and the recommendations that we're making that's based on things that other communities have done? 100%. And I stand by the fact that if you all were to keep me employed, or if you all were to invite me back in 10 years and said, hey, we've implemented these recommendations, I am based on prior experience, I have a strong amount of confidence that a lot of these issues would be addressed. And if you want to have a conversation about places where these things have been implemented, these strategies and the impacts that they've had, I'm happy to defend that connection between the recommendations and the goals and the strategies.
I'm not looking for you to defend anything.
Okay,
I'm not
great.
looking to, I appreciate the time and the effort that you put into the plan, and one cannot say that it isn't comprehensive. I don't know if it's 300, 500 pages long, and it's quite
a lot.
comprehensive.
It's a
so
lot.
Thank you for that.
And thank you all for your consideration.
Just on, I'll throw a couple of ideas out for discussion or consideration. I think I mentioned one of them.
I'm sorry, Lane, before I
Yes.
go forward, am I correct in understanding that you all, whatever your recommendations are going to be memorialized, and that, so I don't have to sit here and take detailed
Do
notes
not have
on?
to take detailed notes. We'll resolve that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I had four things, and these are just a couple of points that I just wanted to throw out for consideration and see if other people agree. One of them, I think I addressed previously, was the idea of the topics of primary concern, just a acknowledgement that those items, topics of concern, may conflict with one another, just observing, that is something that I think may exist in those many topics. Another one is at the bottom of page 125, and it was having to do with the ADUs. And there was a sentence to talk about that it would not fundamentally change the established neighborhood. And my suggestion would be allowing ADUs in residential districts would create a likelihood of fundamentally altering the established neighborhoods. It's not taking out the section. It's just, again, an acknowledgement. Hey, if you want to go that direction, just, we're going to acknowledge that it could have a change in the effect of the
Yeah.
character of the neighborhood.
Could I ask the board to be very specific about that word? Likely and could are two very different statements. And I will again say that if you look at, for example, Princeton, which is a very analogous community, and other ADU communities.
Before we get into the weeds, Mr. Texa, Mr. Chairman, would you accept just removing that sentence in its entirety? Rather than forcing our consultant to draw a conclusion one way or another regarding the impact of ADUs?
We can do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I stand very strongly with the statement. I mean, I will say this, based on all the evidence, it's not.
You don't have to defend it.
Yeah, but if you want to
This is
take
an
it out-
internal,
Sure.
this is an internal conversation between the commissioners.
Lane looked at me, sorry, I apologize.
No.
Okay. Suggestion to delete the sentence and just remove the characterization and make it neutral. The third item is, I told you that I actually liked what you had said in the exhibit and suggested that you pull it into the text to round out a discussion as to the housing market. And this goes to, I think I told you, it is item 3 of Appendix B, page 2, beginning in the middle of the page. As to the housing demand in Radnor Township, I think there are 3 paragraphs.
Mr. Chairman, could you just reference the appendix, the title of the appendix?
Sure. Title of the appendix is Housing Analysis and Recommendations Background.
Dated.
I don't know that it has a date. This was something that was supplied to us in January.
Yeah, the appendices, all the dates were removed from them. They were on the original drafts, but they're not on the appendices.
Okay, got it.
Just for context, it is on page 2, the sentences beginning housing demand, however, it is important, and even allowing substantial development. To pull those into the text of your report. The additional item deals with the transit-oriented community master plan and to remove the directive to develop a master plan as opposed to investigate at or conduct further analysis to determine the viability and propriety of having transit-oriented development before we engage in developing a master plan of something that we haven't determined whether we should go down that path.
Mr. Chair, what are you citing? What page?
That is...
This is the new draft of the...
120.
Page 120, B1?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great.
Okay. Did you have additional edits as to zoning?
So that question was to me. In all fairness, so I'm not for making the change on page 120B1. I do have some generalized comments regarding page 125, starting section D, 1, 3, 4, and 5. So the generalized commentary is that you present a more fair, balanced approach to the recommendations, listing both pros and cons, including impact on, potential impact on our schools, our sewer, and traffic.
And one other one I forgot to mention goes back to your map on page 114 as well as there was a second map. Do you have the page on that, MJ?
So this is page 114, figure 19? Is that?
That is the first one. There was a second one that was more color.
It's the, I'm guessing it's the future land use map, which is on page,
I think it's kind of orangish in color,
on page 175.
175. Yes. I think these are a little controversial to begin with. At the very least, I think you should at least carve out the high school. Archbishop Carroll is not designated for transit-oriented development.
Would you like me to respond?
Yes.
Oh, okay. To be very clear here, what we're talking about is a transit-oriented development plan, which is not an indication, and I want to be very, very clear here, is not a recommendation to redevelop this entire area. The whole idea behind transit-oriented communities and transit-oriented plan development is a recognition that there's a strong relationship between mixing of uses. How you're going to how kids access that school is going to be really critical, and it's something that I think you should certainly consider as part of a plan. I am happy to make that a little bit clearer in the process, but this is not a recommendation to totally redevelop those areas.
We understand.
Okay.
I think, I think the major ask here, and believe it or not, we've been at it for about 2 hours.
Yeah.
We're not that far apart. I think what we're looking at least from my vantage point, I think what we're looking at are some changes to perhaps represent, and I'm going to say it again, a more balanced approach. And and of course, the Board of Commissioners does not have to take our recommendations.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to, if moving it out of this, especially this map, I think is valuable. I think it would be a shame if you were to do a plan for that area, not to consider the school as an important part of a sort of transit-oriented community in
No.
that area. So
No, that part I'm not disputing, but I'm saying there is a blue section for Radnor Elementary.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
And I'm saying there should be a blue section for an existing high school.
and like I said, I would take that. I think taking it out of this map makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so I'm saying there's a change that I would make to both 175 as well as the other map
Okay.
on 114.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to provide some. I understand that.
Okay. Do any of the other commissioners have any specific comments to throw out?
No, I've already submitted my comments in writing over email.
Okay.
Well, I would like to see a small paragraph about business improvement districts in the same area with the Main Street manager language.
Okay, no other comments? Is anyone from the public here to comment on the comprehensive plan at this time?
Before the public comes up, Solicitor, what's our duty at this point? Are we taking these comments? Are we then going to take a vote, or?
Yes, the planning commission needs to take a vote on what it's going to forward to the Board of Supervisors, Board of Commissioners.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Was there someone from the public who wanted to speak? Yes, please come to the podium and state your name and your address, if you would, please.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Patricia Conlon. I live at 250 Radnor Street Road. I've been a resident of Radnor for 25 years. This document, as you guys see, sort of contains a lot of motherhood and apple pie sort of things, very smooth. But like you, I sort of saw a lot of red flags in it. It talked about the need for middle housing, but then if you look at this map right here on page 114, it's got this huge red area, especially going from Giant to the or to the Radnor Elementary School. And it pretty much said that this is going to be a good area for dense housing. And the wording they used on page 115 was no loss of open space. And page 175 said this is transit-oriented thing. And honestly, when I smelled this, it smells like King of Prussia Town Center. And nobody, I could imagine, in Wayne wants a King of Prussia Town Center. So please, please be very careful. Actually, it's a King of Prussia Town Center on steroids. There are no guardrails within this document. It says dense housing, no open space, don't worry. And the flip side, the second concern I had was, I looked at this and I said, how many housing units could you put in it, dense? And they sort of defined it as the middle housing, which is the duplex to the 3 or 4-story type apartments. And I was like, could that be 1,000 units? Could that be 2,000? Is that 5,000 more residents? And I immediately thought of the school district. So on page 181 and 182, it mentions the school district, and it dismisses it. It says that it makes money off of real estate taxes, and we have a great school district, and this is great. And don't worry, because Radnor School District does their own comprehensive long-term planning for their facilities. In addition, within this document, I don't know if school districts come under PI areas in terms of the zoning. It talked about other PI areas, and those could be areas for development too. So now you've kind of got this dichotomy. You're encouraging a lot of growth, and this is a planning document, but you have not acknowledged the true what it does to our school districts. And the third thing I have on this is the traffic. I'm a little horrified. As you mentioned, you can't get through King of Prussia Town Center ever. It's a mess. It's very challenging. And the solution they had on page 145 was a road diet. That is one lane taking Route 30, making it one lane either direction with one common turning lane. And I think on the sides, the extra space you have, you probably do bicycle transit, things like that. My impression of that was, God, I'm going to have a lot of head-on collisions. It's not going to, is it really going to slow it down? I know they sort of say it, other people do it. I think they said they did it in Hartford, things like that. But I was a little terrified to think that Route 30 would turn into one lane. So those are my 3 big concerns as a resident, and I'd hope you consider it. And I just also, to let you know, did attend that May meeting at the library. Was not well communicated. It was not a representative group of the community. Within my neighborhood, I have surveyed probably 25 people. Nobody's heard of it. Nobody. So I know they sort of said they've gone places, but the word really hasn't gotten out. And for such a substantial document that at the end of this document says that this should be driving our zoning changes, like really forcefully. I don't know what that does legally, but if that's what's going to then drive our zoning changes, I would really have appreciated a lot more impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have another.
Hello, Matt Marshall, 228 Walnut Avenue. I've been a former planning commissioner. I've also been an interim commissioner, and I also sense that there's a rush to get this to the commissioners, and I think, based on my experience in sitting in your seat, this has so much work to do. I'm not even sure why there would be a recommendation, period. But I want to just remind you, some of the best developments we've had in this township have taken a long time. The market spoke. We had 1 million square feet, I think, was proposed at the Penn Medicine site. Many neighbors came and voiced their concerns, and what I perceive as a gift that Penn Medicine came in and they developed the hospital, and maybe there's a better use, but I can't think of one right there. But that was a 5-year process. So I didn't even know about this plan until about 6 weeks ago. I certainly wasn't given any notice. There was no letter or anything that came to my house, and I would expect that would just be a precursor for getting people to participate. But I guess the overriding theme is, don't rush this. I mean, Radnor's been around for a long time, and I think the board, if they perceive that the community is behind it, they're going to rush it, and there's no need to rush this. I mean, there's plenty of smart people on this board who can make good decisions and propose individual plans. We don't have to go through a lot of different zoning ordinances, changes. I think we have just a better approach taking this on a slower path. Thanks.
Thank you. So I guess with that said, just to follow up on what the resident just said, I tried to put it out at the beginning that I appreciate the language that you put in with regard, that this isn't a rigid directive. It's a living document, and that's going to have additional studies, plans, and public input. I think that's critical, especially for things that are going to divert from what we've been doing. That's not just a proposal, suggestion. It's a little bit of an admonition that to do otherwise and, kind of governed by ambush, intentional or not, isn't going to be a good outcome.
Yeah.
Because we have differences of opinion of how many people heard what and what has been communicated, but I can say that if you're going to turn the ship and go in a different direction than we've been going, that would be a surprise to a lot of people. So that said,
100%. I just
Right.
I want to really emphasize this, and I apologize. I want to make this really clear, and maybe this is something that's not been made abundantly clear. These are starting points for your next conversation, right? When you do a zoning update, and we've, I think, articulated throughout this, and if it needs to be more clear, I think I'd be more than happy to. You should continue to engage people throughout this entire process. It is a starting point for conversation. I don't see any way that you all can't move forward with your any zoning updates without a pretty comprehensive engagement process. It's what all your neighbors do. It's what you should do as part of that. So I just want to make that really clear. And I also think it is important to recognize that when we talked, and MJ, you were in that meeting, when we've talked to people who use your zoning ordinance on a regular basis, we have heard that it's like driving a car that's slapped together with bubble gum and shoestring. So, there is a need to make an update here.
right. Now, those are different topics. To the extent that you want to smooth out and update to make it a better readable zoning
100%.
ordinance, that's one thing. But to change it and allow for something you haven't allowed for previously, that's a different topic. So,
And I would agree with you, Lane, that as you move forward through that zoning process, continuing to engage people and continuing to, for people who just are hearing about this and are interested in participating, throughout this entire process, we've encouraged people to share this with their neighbors, continue to engage in this process.
understood, and
Okay.
thank you. And also just a comment to the last gentleman who spoke, we are going to need to act on the plan tonight. We have different requirements under the Pennsylvania law to allow for a plan to be put into place. It's been a project for the last 2 years, I guess. In addition, we're not the ones who have the final say. The Board of Commissioners are the ones who have the final say. We're advising. So we do need to act, and in the absence of acting would be an action in itself. My proposal now is to move.
I'm not sure if we heard from all the members of the public yet. Was there anybody else that wanted to speak on this?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So let me try to frame a motion here. The motion would be to approve the plan, one, with all of the caveats and discussions that we've had with the oral comments that we've made this evening, And then with specific comments, and I'll give you 5, and I think I mentioned it before, would be the list of the topics of primary concern to be modified to recognize that they are, in some instances, going to be conflicting among them. 2 would be to revise the sentence at the bottom of page 125 to delete the sentence regarding whether it alters established neighborhoods. 3 would be to add the text from the exhibit housing analysis and recommendation background from page 2, and I believe there were 3 paragraphs. 4 would be to delete the, quote, directive to develop the transit-oriented community master plan and instead study the potential for a master plan and whether that is advisable and appropriate.
Can I ask for clarification?
Sure.
Actually, before, let's just make it clear, you're not approving the plan, you're recommending approval to the Board of Commissioners, subject to the following changes being made.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
And a suggestion, since already one planning commissioner, I think, has stated he has some issues with at least some of your conditions, you may want to go through each of them one at a time and ask the other members, do you support this condition? So you don't get a situation where members are thinking, well, do I want to vote in favor of this motion, but I'm only in favor of 3, not the 5 conditions. I think it'd be better for you to go through each of those 5 conditions, make sure you have a majority support on them before you then make the final motion.
Okay, fair enough.
Solicitor, just to clarify, we're not voting on every single condition, right? It's more of a nod and a wink?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a formal vote, but just so everyone understands how it's going, and just so there isn't one condition that only the chair supports, and then the rest of you are kind of stuck with his motion with that condition. Thank you.
So can I just get the clarification? You're asking for a study for whether or not to do a master plan? Is that the?
Before we decide to do a master plan, I believe there's studies underway and we could do further consideration of whether developing an entire master plan for such a concept is appropriate and warranted in the first place.
Can you give me some specifics about what would be included? So part of the recommendation is to study impacts of things like that. Can you give me some indication of what would be included in that study?
Well, if you're going to develop a master plan, that's like, we're going to do it, so here's how we're going to structure it. And I'm saying before we decide whether we're going to do a master plan and go down that road, to study whether that's something that's advisable and appropriate in the first place. I, for one, and I believe one of the residents who just spoke, don't think that high-density housing, taking up especially open space around the Radnor train station is a good idea.
Let's not get lost in the weeds,
Okay.
Mr. Texa. Let's just.
I just want to make sure, because.
Let's just make the motion and
Okay.
then we can
100%.
figure out what to do with it.
100%.
Okay, if we want to do an informal nod of approval or disapproval, for the first item, topics of primary concern, acknowledging that there is internal conflict among the various items of concern that have been identified. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. To delete the sentence on page 125, just remove the characterization of positive or negative. Is that acceptable?
That's fine.
Okay. To add text from one of the exhibits and pull it into the text of the plan in order to round out a discussion as to the housing market in Radnor. Is that advisable?
Could you clarify that?
So this is going to the exhibit, which is the third item of Exhibit B. There are 3 paragraphs on page 2, beginning kind of in the middle of that page. And it would be to pull those 3 paragraphs and not downplay them, but pull them into the text of the document.
Is everybody here aware of what those are? No, yes? No?
What page?
Lane, give us a little bit of a preview here.
Okay. The first paragraph is dealing with the housing demand in Radnor Township is largely driven by factors beyond the township's control. And then it goes on to talk about.
What page?
So this is on page 2
Oh, okay.
It's an exhibit.
of an exhibit.
Does this have internet?
Oh, okay.
The second paragraph is referencing, however, it's important to acknowledge that Radnor is unlikely to meet the full demand of housing without fundamentally altering its character. Such transformation could risk diminishing the very qualities that make the township desirable. The next paragraph begins with, even allowing substantial development is unlikely to lower housing costs significantly due to the persistent demand and the limited scale of housing the township could provide. Again, these are paragraphs that I think are helpful in looking at the topic overall and shouldn't be relegated to an exhibit, but should be pulled up into the text. So if you see, it begins housing demand in Radnor Township. Next paragraph, however, it is important. In the third paragraph, even allowing substantial development.
I see at least 3 thumbs up.
Yep,
Okay.
good.
Okay, very good. The next item is delete the directive to develop a transit-oriented community master plan. It was not saying don't do transit-oriented development, but before we do a master plan and engage in a whole going down that avenue, we should examine further whether that is an avenue we should be going down, because I think a lot of people are going to have misgivings about whether that's an appropriate direction that Radnor go in. The last item is,
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's get a nod and
All
a
right.
wink. I would not support that.
okay,
I don't support that either.
I don't support it.
okay, so we have a majority.
Who's a no?
Okay, we have 3, and then we have 4.
Okay.
Okay. All right. The last item are the 2 maps on pages 114 and 175. And it would be, at least if we're going to keep the maps in, to specifically do carve-outs for the high school, so that it's not part of the, just as Radnor Elementary isn't part of it. Because if you pull that out, there's really a lot less area that you're talking about in the first place. And it focuses the reader to understand where that development would actually potentially be in the first place. So those are the 5. Do we have agreement on the map?
Isn't that a moot point since the transit-oriented community has now been taken out? So-
No, the only thing, and maybe it's a nuanced thing even with that transit-oriented, all it is it says to develop a transit-oriented master plan. And I said, wait a minute, before we actually decide to develop a plan, let's investigate whether that's even a direction that we should go in. If it is, then go ahead and spend the time and effort to develop a master plan. If it's determined that that's not a direction to go in, then there's no need to do a master plan. That's all.
Okay.
It was just it's not pulling out anything other than a word.
Okay.
Can I make one suggested edit to that?
Okay.
I would strongly encourage you, if you are going to do a study of the Radnor Station area for transit-oriented communities, which is a way that we've talked about it, which involves things other than development, talks about connectivity, it looks at streetscapes and things like that, that you include it in that study, and that you amend the second map, which is the future land use map, to remove the school from that transit-oriented development community area. So it would be included as part of a study or something, you would look at it, but it would not be indicated as a place for redevelopment, which is, as I understand, Lane, your primary concern.
Yeah, I guess my primary concern is that we treat the high school the same way we would treat the elementary school, and that's not part of a transit-oriented community.
I agree. I think we should expand the boundary for the high school.
Of
I'm
what?
just joking. I'm sorry. Bad joke. All right.
That's.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Those are the proposals.
I'm going to float one more.
Please.
I would like to float a proposal to strike the direct new housing to lower impact areas, namely the Radnor Corporate Center.
I'll agree with that.
So what I'm suggesting is.
Where in the report is that?
I'm sorry, page 115, paragraph, beginning with, as such, a key strategy is to direct new housing to lower impact areas, particularly related to Radnor Corporate Center.
Do we have agreement on that change?
All right,
Okay.
let's go for it.
Okay, so I won't restate them all over again. We have six conditions.
My
for-
apologies. Can I get clarification on where that is, just so I'm clear on, what page is this?
115, paragraph that begins, as such, a key strategy is to direct new housing. It's on the right-hand side.
Direct
of
new
the-
housing to low-impact areas.
Identified as areas of growth.
So taking,
Basically, figure 19 related to the Radnor Corporate Center in its entirety.
so your recommendation is to not direct housing to the Radnor Corporate Center at all?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure thank you.
Okay, so with those six conditions, I would move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the plan subject to those six conditions. All in favor?
Wait,
Sorry.
did we second?
Let's second it.
Let me
first.
second it.
Thank you. Now, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimous?
No.
No. Okay, so we have 7-1 with Mr. Brubaker in the negative. 6-1, sorry. Okay.
Thank you all very much. Thank everybody for sitting around and listening to that. I know that's a long conversation, but I very much appreciate it.
And I appreciate all of the work you did and your patience and
Great.
in dealing with us.
Same here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam.
Do we need MJ?
Do we want to take a recess?
Okay. All right. Okay, the next item on the agenda was listed as application number 213750 for land development at 201 South Spring Mill Road. At the request of the applicant, this item has been removed from this evening's agenda. The matter will be scheduled to be considered on March 3, 2005 meeting of the Planning Commission. Mr. Solicitor, do we need to take a vote or do anything further on this item?
No.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is consideration of application number 213750 for land development at 117 South Radnor Chester Road. This is a minor final subdivision plan. The applicant intends to subdivide that property into 2 single-family dwelling units with a shared access to Radnor Chester Road. As part of our consideration, we've received letters from Gannett Fleming dated January 21, 2025, and from Gilmore and Associates dated January 22, 2025. And I see we have a representative for the applicant.
Evening, Nick Cornelia, representing the applicant. You have seen this plan previously as part of the sketch plan review. It is a 2-lot subdivision, as has been stated. I'll get you the bearings here. Radnor Chester Road. Says Radnor Road, but it's Lancaster Avenue here. Ivan, where we are right now. It's in this area here. Trail is here. 2-lot subdivision in this area. Here's the plan indicating the subdivision. As we mentioned, it is 2 lots. It shares this driveway here. Comes in off of Radnor Chester, so you only would need 1 curb cut. Remember, Radnor Chester is a state road. It's not a township road. I'll go over the review letters. The applicant has met at least twice with the neighbors, and I think also has communicated with them by email and telephone as well regarding this plan. Looking into review letters, first looking at Gannett Fleming's letter, there's a comment regarding sewage facilities planning, and we acknowledge that. There was a previous plan here that was a 3-lot subdivision that was approved. The applicant was looking to have that converted into this, and my understanding is they have to make a new application in order to do that. So that's acknowledged. Under the zoning items, the first one is design drafting. The second one, the 2 parking spaces, they are in the garage. We understand they have to be 9.5 by 20, which are provided for in the garage itself. So the 2 parking spaces for each unit will be in the garage, 2-car garage. As to the subdivision and land development, the first one, the waiver regarding utilities within 500 feet. As you saw on the first plan, we do have an aerial photograph that would replace that. We would be requesting a waiver for that in lieu of this requirement, acceptance of the aerial, which is already part of the plans. Number 2, again, that's acknowledged. We need profile views of the storm sewer and sanitary sewer piping. Number 3, again, that is acknowledged. The Board of Commissioners could ask for additional right-of-way. Again, it is a PennDOT road. PennDOT would have to approve the taking of any additional right-of-way. Number 4, the street trees, that is acknowledged, and my understanding is that has been met. I believe there was a shade tree. MJ, do you recall a shade tree on this?
Yeah, we approved it.
Okay. Number 5, street trees, again, must be in accordance with the approved street tree list that has been approved. The other items on the engineering comment are drafting items regarding erosion, sedimentation control, and stormwater management, which certainly are matters for the grading permit application. Turning to sanitary sewer, again, a couple details are requested. The one that we should address is number 4 on page 6 of the Gannett Fleming letter, and that's the site distances. My understanding is the view to the right, I believe, was less than 275 feet. That was obscured by trees. My understanding is those trees have been removed actually by the prior owner, and it does now comply with the 275-foot requirement, but we would have to provide that to the board before approval is met. As to the Gilmore letter, again, as we mentioned, this is the PennDOT road. It would require a highway occupancy permit from PennDOT, where, again, number 2, that's acknowledged. We understand that the board, if it deems necessary, can ask for additional right-of-way. Number 3 is just a labeling item of 10-foot for driveways, minimum radii. Again, the site distance issue, which I just addressed. The sidewalks, pedestrian paths, again, if required by the Board of Commissioners. Remember, in this event, there are no sidewalks in this area at all. I don't know why it would be required, but again, if the board does request it, we can discuss it at that time. Again, number 6 is acknowledged regarding a boundary street and improvements for the street. Under general comments, the proposed access easement, generally, I believe we do that on development agreement or provide an easement agreement, and that has to be approved by the solicitor's office on that. The driveway, the 11-foot driveway with, Damon mentions that. Here's the driveway here. The issue with providing additional width or steep slope here, so we can't widen it this way. But the plan does show areas for pull-off. There's an area here in front of this house for a pull-off if this person was coming out and saw a car coming actually in this direction. It would only be, coming in this direction into this home. And there's also an area here if whoever is pulling out in this lot 1 could wait here as this car passes by if need be. But again, remember, these cars here in lot 1 are just coming in and pulling in here. These cars obviously are coming in and would go past here and here. But there are 2 pull-out areas that we feel as if would meet the demand regarding the driveway width. I believe the requirement's only 10 feet, not positive. This one has 11 feet, but there is area here for pull-outs for the vehicles.
So let me just ask you with that, and I guess first to the staff, is there a prohibition against parking cars in that area? I hear you can pull over to allow a car to pass, but
Not if it's outside the front yard setback. If it's on the interior portion of the lot, you can park there.
so which is this?
This would be
It
on the
would-
interior
It
part
would
of
be,
the driveway.
yeah, it would be in the interior part of the lot, not within the front yard setback.
Okay, so they could park there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Comments from,
So I guess first question, Mr. Phillips, do you have anything to add to questions or comments?
No. If the applicant stipulates that they'll meet the items outlined in my letter, I'm satisfied with that. And if they wouldn't, for some reason, they would be back here.
Okay. And Mr. Drummond?
I think there were still 2 more comments that Nick was going
sorry.
through. If he wants to finish addressing those last 2.
oh, right, okay. Driveway configuration, yes, we would have to meet with with Mike McGuire, I guess, from the fire company to determine if there's enough area there. And then, yeah, and obviously, yeah, but number 4 would have to be in compliance with PennDOT standards because it is a state road regarding the guardrails.
Yeah, so that will be reviewed with your highway occupancy permit.
Correct.
Okay. All good?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have comments or questions?
Yeah, just a couple, if I may. Thanks, Mr. Cornelia. And sorry for keeping you late. So just a couple of thoughts. Last time we saw each other, We spoke about an access easement. I understand that Radnor is at some point going to create an extension to the Radnor Trail. Your property abuts it. Is there any contemplation of an access easement in favor of the
I don't know
township?
where it would be located.
We don't know either.
Yeah, that's,
Mr. Norsini?
There's a substantial difference in grade from the applicant's site down to where the old railroad bed is. I don't know that you could safely traverse that.
So, Commissioner, it would not be an access easement. It may be a lay-down area. It may be an area while we're trying to get to that point. But Mr. Rogers is right. Mr. Phillips is right. Mr. Rogers isn't here tonight.
He hasn't been here for a
Easily
while.
confused.
And he's
Easily
not
confused.
wearing a sweater like him, that's for sure.
He's
So-
been replaced by Daniel Tiger.
So perhaps, and in speaking with the solicitor, we'd be looking at maybe a temporary construction easement that just may be lay-down area, parking of equipment. It's going to be a congested site for us because it's linear, right? It's a very linear site, and that may give us some assistance in the construction. It would not be for access. I don't see how we could make those cuts and get down to the thing.
Steve, what's the plan? Is there a plan for the connection?
There is. So, Mr. Cornelio, we are in design. The board awarded a design contract. So the design is fully funded. The construction is not. We are currently looking at grants and other methods to fund it.
Is it going to be just is it a culvert? Is it just?
So it will be, the board several years ago voted for a culvert under Radnor Chester Road. So that's going to require considerable excavation, to catch grade.
Okay.
So my next question is obviously regarding sidewalks. Well, not obvious, but obvious to me. I understand that there's some significant grade issues that would prevent a sidewalk from being created. That being said, is it possible to contemplate, would Lot 2 have access to the potential Radnor Trail? Mr. Phillips, you indicated no. Would Lot,
Like I said, there's a substantial grade change, and I don't know, Nick, if you have an engineer here that can take you through.
No,
through
it was ill.
that. All right.
So, Commissioner, we're not looking for an access easement, a temporary
no.
construction.
I'm speaking
for
for
the
Lot
sidewalk.
1 to be able to access Radnor Trail.
Or
If
Lot
you're-
2, yeah.
If Mr. Phillips is saying that even Lot 2 can't access it, which is directly,
Yeah, there would be no, at the current grading on the site, there'd be no safe access to that site. That falls down substantially off of the applicant's party down to the old roadway or railroad bed.
okay, very good, asked and answered. I have no further questions.
So just to clarify, are we not looking at a temporary construction easement, or is that still?
They are requesting, Mr. Norsini is requesting a temporary
Okay.
construction easement, but not an access, not a permanent
Understood.
access easement to the new trail.
Gotcha, thank you.
I don't know if I could commit right now, Steve. That's the only,
So if it's temporary,
Right.
even though temporary may be years, I don't believe that would affect your lot. And looks like we have enough room between the stormwater system and the property line, 14 feet. Like I say, it may just be a lay-down area, it may be, equipment parking,
yeah,
something to
remember,
consider.
these are going to be new homes, and of course, you want to burden a new homeowner with
But they'll have the
a bunch of
benefit
equipment in their
We'll have a
backyard.
benefit of a beautiful trail, and we would restore the temporary construction easement.
Well, I know in the past you've done that through other ways regarding a temporary construction. You can always do it through other methods, beside us just agreeing. We realize that, because I know you've done that in other areas.
Mr.
Nick, I
Cadena?
think, we're not looking for an answer tonight, but I think it's something the township seriously It's not, they seriously want it, it's something that's needed. So if you can go back to your client and run it by him or her and find out what's going on, and then, you know, at least be ready for the board when the board raises this issue.
Greg is actually going to be the builder on it, so his position is he doesn't care as long as they restore it.
That's great, thank you.
That will definitely occur.
Okay.
Thank you. Greg.
Is anyone from the public here to speak on this project? Okay, and no further commission comment? Okay, so with that, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the application, and that would be subject to will comply with the 2 review letters. And I would also add that because the review letters are, one of them's extensive, that you revise the plans to the satisfaction of the township engineer prior to the presentation to the Board of Commissioners.
I agree.
Okay. And then also that there's a temporary construction easement for the future construction of the Radnor Trail.
Will be considered. Yep. Or
I thought you just agreed to it.
I just don't know what Greg's getting into. That's
Do
why
you
I
want to
kinda-
take another 30 days to think about it, Mr.
No,
Keneally?
we don't.
Because
Put it in
we're
there.
open to that.
Put it in there.
All right. Okay, subject to those 3 conditions, that's a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is the consideration of application 213066 for land development at 245 South Bryn Mawr Avenue. This is a preliminary final subdivision plan. The applicant proposes to remove the existing single-family dwelling medical office and construct 4 townhouse units. This application was previously considered by the Planning Commission at the meeting on December 2nd, 2024. At that meeting, the commission voted unanimously to table the application. As part of our consideration, we have received review letters from Gannett Fleming dated November 22, 2024, and January 23, 2025, as well as from Gilmore & Associates dated November 22, 2024, and January 24, 2025. Do we have a...
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Chuck Dobson from Inland Design. With me is Mike Zapatelli. He's the developer and the builder on this project. Since we saw you last in December, we had a few housekeeping items that you asked us to attend to. One of those was getting a letter from the fire marshal and code official that fire access was adequate, and we have done that. A copy of that letter was provided in the packet with our latest resubmission. We do have the letters from Gilmore & Associates and Gannett Fleming. Everything is a will comply. Just a couple of housekeeping items on my end. Relative to sewage facilities planning, we have gotten acknowledgement from all of the downstream conveyors for the wastewater that they are satisfied, they have capacity, and we anticipate a planning exemption will be granted for this project by DEP. So that should take care of that, and obviously the township's going to get a copy of that letter when it is received. Zoning, we did update the zoning table to reflect that the total impervious coverage was based on the gross lot area. We will make that same notation about the building coverage as well. The waivers that we had discussed in detail still remain on the plan. We note that Mr. Phillips has asked us to identify the location of the lateral. We actually do show that on the plans, despite the response letter saying that it is not, the location cannot be determined. We actually had to go into the building and identify basically where the lateral left the building and identify the location that way. Relative to the Gilmore Associates letter, again, it's everything's pretty basic. I do note that Saldo comment number 25527C in Damon's letter indicates that we should request a waiver relative to the need to extend the right-of-way and/or cartway. And I do note that this is a PennDOT road subject to an HOP, so we're going to have to follow, pretty much do what they tell us to do there. So to the extent that waiver is required, we would request that as well. Everything else, I think we've pretty much buttoned up. We have no stormwater comments, and it seems like the review letters are very short. So hopefully the commission feels okay by making recommendation, and we can move on.
So as I understand from both of the review letters, there's a waiver being requested for code section 255-27.I or 1 sub 5.
Yes.
And I understand that there had been on the previous November review letters an additional waiver, and I believe the solicitor was going to be able to comment on that.
You're referring to section 255-27I7?
Correct.
This is the requirement that no common driveway shall provide access to more than 3 lots or 3 single-family dwellings. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Have you done something that you no longer think you need this waiver, or?
It was my understanding from the discussion we had last time that because of my recollection could be correct here, that you did address this at the December meeting, and it was my understanding that you indicated that because of the nature of this, that really didn't apply to this particular development. To the extent that it does apply, we're still going to request the waiver.
I'd have to go back. I don't remember certainly giving an opinion in that, in that fashion. I actually do believe it applies in this situation.
Right. Well,
So,
I think the discussion was that because of the language in the ordinance, it talks about 3 lots or 3 single-family dwelling units. And since this is a multifamily dwelling unit by definition, and there is only 1 lot, therefore it was our interpretation that it didn't apply. But it doesn't change the configuration of the plan as presented. So if the waiver is something that the township still feels is required, then we would request that waiver.
yeah, no, that would be my opinion, that you are proposing something with 4 single-family dwellings. They're attached, not detached, but I do believe it applies in this fact.
Okay, I was simply relying on the definition in the ordinance, but fair enough. So then, to the extent that that waiver is still required, then we would still request that waiver.
Okay. Let me ask first, do the commissioners have comment?
Not on the items discussed. I do have some other thoughts regarding other things, but I'd like to dispense with the waivers.
I don't know if there's anything further to be done on those.
Oh,
Do you have comments beyond the waivers?
I do.
Okay.
I actually do. Ian, would you mind queuing up my presentation? If you'll allow me to just step down to the podium and have a conversation regarding that. All right, great. Thank you. So I want to take a quick look at this neighborhood that's directly adjacent to the development. If you look at the project, just based on the numbers, there's really, in my opinion, a lot to like, just numerically speaking. So the developer is proposing to downzone the neighborhood, eliminating the commercial property, also eliminating potential impact from commercial traffic on an already well-trafficked area. And by the way, we've looked at least one transportation impact study here when we looked at the Jewish Federation development happening across the street. The project also, I have to give credit where credit is due, it's also removing a lot of impervious, including a very large parking lot on site. Show you a picture of, I actually the picture of the parking lot that's being removed is not visible, but there's a lot of impervious being removed. And one could argue, and like, does it really matter? Because this neighborhood is really more or less on the border of town, right? However, I would also argue that this development, it really was designed on a spreadsheet without much consideration for the aesthetics of the existing neighborhood. So if you can take a look at the upper right-hand corner where I'm depicting 229, 233, and 237 South Bryn Mawr Ave, these three homes exist on the other side. If you're looking at the project site, they exist on the other side of Moore Avenue. I think it bears witness to take a look at this neighborhood just outside of the review letters so you can understand the impact. If you walk along the immediate section surrounding the proposed development, immediately to the right is a large apartment community called Radnor Apartments. We know it well. But immediately to the left, and you see three homes there on the left-hand side of the presentation. All of these homes have similar style, they have similar setback, and most importantly, similar orientation to South Bryn Mawr Avenue. The homes are pictured here a little bit better, and I want you to note that they're built in a similar time frame, and they're either a one-family or a two-family neighborhood. As we get a little bit closer to the project site, we have two homes there, 241 South Bryn Mawr Avenue and 245 South Bryn Mawr Avenue, which is the subject property. They're also of the same generation. They're both mixed-use properties, and they both have, again, the same building line and the same orientation to South Bryn Mawr Avenue. So, in summary, if you're looking at this neighborhood as you're walking down the street, and there's a sidewalk there, and it actually gets used just because of the proximity to high-speed rail and Bryn Mawr Hospital, people do walk there. You see porch, front entrance, and front entrance. And the proposed development really wants to change that. It wants to change the aesthetics of the neighborhood. The developer, in their plans, they're proposing oriented the four-townhome development diagonally, almost perpendicular to the street. And what that means is that what you will be seeing visually is not just the side of the building, which could perhaps be made acceptable, but you'll see garage doors, which is a brand-new design element in the neighborhood that the developer would be introducing. It's one that I would argue is undesirable. And so for that reason, as well as the waivers being requested, I do not believe that this development is either fitting nor an enhancement to the neighborhood, and therefore I will be voting no.
Do any of the other commissioners have comments or questions?
Could you just clarify, are that you requesting variances to do this?
No variances, just waivers.
And could you just state the waivers again?
Certainly. So one of the waivers is it indicates that no private driveway shall take access to an arterial or major collector street, which I think and this has been the subject of discussion before.
That's fine, you can just,
I
don't need a deep explanation. What's the other waiver?
The other waiver is that it's been our interpretation that these dwelling units are not classified as a single-family dwelling unit in accordance with the definitions in both your SALDO and your zoning, which don't necessarily agree. One definition is in one code book, it's not in the other one. So it was our opinion that because of the definition of multifamily dwelling and the fact that this is just one lot, that the prohibition of a common driveway serving more than 3 lots or more than 3 single-family dwellings did not apply here. specifically because the driveway itself is already located, is proposed to be located where the existing driveway serving the existing commercial use is located. So we really have no choice to have additional driveway openings here because the separation would never be permitted by PennDOT. And then we had the other waiver was simply, your ordinance requires us to show all details of existing infrastructure within 500 feet of the property. So what we do typically is provide an aerial photograph to give context, but knowing that we can't locate every bit of storm sewer, water main, sewer main that may be within 500 feet.
I understand.
You're welcome.
I'd like to know if the applicant has a response to MJ's comment about the aesthetics, if there's something that can be done to address the aesthetics.
Well, we did touch about the aesthetics before at the last meeting in December, and the commission had opined that they would like to see the portion of the building that would face Bryn Mawr Avenue to basically be reflective of some of the architectural designs along Bryn Mawr Avenue, and our response at that time was we'd be happy to do that. Relative to the introductions of garages, the shape of the site really isn't conducive to making it parallel to Bryn Mawr Avenue. And the use itself is permitted in the R5 district, which it is zoned. So I guess our position is that, you know, the waivers that we're requesting they make sense. They're not, in our opinion, overly aggressive. And I think that the development scenario, the development scheme and application is consistent with what the zoning allows. And we would request that the board, the commission basically make a recommendation to approve it, despite what MJ had indicated previously.
So just picking up on the comment from MJ as well as from Lou, I had voiced at the December meeting, and I'll just echo it again, that I too don't think that the project is really in keeping with the community and contrary to the code. Part of both of those issues, I think are teetering on this idea that you're now putting 4 homes, which then has an impact with subsection 7 that the solicitor spoke about, because you've exceeded 3. If you were at 3, I don't know if you were able to turn it face the street and have a completely different look and maybe put garages and parking in the back, and also satisfy Wu's comment from the last meeting where, you bring the house forward and you've got a backyard, and any kind of, kids playing back there would be relegated more to a backyard and not have the house just spilling on to this incredibly, busy road. So as currently configured, I too am not in favor.
Have you considered doing 3 units?
The project's not viable at 3 units. It's just not.
Less viable. It's
Well,
Radnor. Everybody wants to move here.
Yeah.
So I'm a little unclear. Can we have 3? I mean, have 4 townhouses with 1 drive or not?
So under, as I understand from the solicitor and from the review letters, there are 2 waivers that are being sought. One is with subsection 5, one is with subsection 7. 5 is dealing in general with the collector street, and 7 is dealing with the fact that there are more than 3 homes, which is requiring a separate waiver.
That's a waiver from the subdivision code?
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't support that. Yeah.
You would support what?
I would not support that.
You would not support the project as it's currently
At 4
configured?
units. I mean, if the code
Okay.
says 3, let's do 3. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just check again. Anyone from the public here to speak about this project? And are there any more commissioner or staff comments? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion in the matter of 245 South Bryn Mawr Avenue, not to recommend approval of the project.
We have a second?
If I can just suggest, even though this is a recommendation, you may want to put in it the reasons why you would recommend non-approval. In this case, I'm assuming failure to comply with section 255, 27.I, number 5, and number 7.
Okay, I'll restate the motion. In the matter of 245 South Bryn Mawr Avenue, I'd like to make a motion not to recommend approval due to failure of the project complying with Township Code 255-27I5 and 255-27.I7.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous, I believe?
No.
No. Okay, Brubaker voting in the negative, and therefore we have a 6-1 vote. The next item on the agenda is application 212981 for land development, the new Ithan Elementary School. This application is for preliminary land development. Here, the proposal is to demolish and construct on the existing Ithan Elementary School site at 656 Clyde Road. As part of our consideration, we've received a letter from Gilborn Associates dated January 21, 2025, and a letter from Gannett Fleming dated January 24, 2025. It's my understanding that at the November 21, 2024 Zoning Hearing Board meeting, they were provided with 2 variances, including as to Code Section 280-112.d regarding steep slopes and Section 280-112.e regarding the removal of vegetation from land on steep slopes. Do we have a representative for the applicant?
I think we have several.
We do, and none of us can open up a USB drive, so this could be a long night.
Please don't.
Too late.
So, Dave Falcone here on behalf of the school district. We've been in front of you with this project as we've come through the process. We're back tonight in response to a couple of the primary issues that y'all raised the last time we were here. I'll get into that, but just in the intervening time period from when we were with you all and tonight, we did appear in front of the Shade Tree just recently and received unanimous recommendation from the Shade Tree for the landscaping aspects of the project, as well as for the mitigation program that they're proposing for the reforestation of the site as part of this development. So, speaking specifically to our purpose tonight and why we're really here to have this discussion is really to address a couple of items. First, we want to discuss the phasing of the project. The last time we were here, we heard specifically from the Planning Commission that there were concerns, or at least questions, about how we intended to phase the building and keep the students safe and work that through the process. We were also asked to look at whether this type of a project had happened in the neighboring districts or in this district where we can offer evidence as to its success. So we're here to discuss that. That'll be one of the items we talk about tonight. There are also a couple of items surrounding the traffic review we've gotten recently from your traffic consultant. We have our traffic consultant here with us tonight to answer some of those questions. And then we also have our engineer tonight with us who will walk through the engineering review letter. So just to kind of start the process and then obviously field questions from you all, get some feedback, and hopefully continue to move the project in a positive direction. So I won't waste any more of your time. I'll turn the mic over first, I think, to, is it Hugh? We're going to do Walt first? Walt. All right. So Walt's going to talk about some of the phasing for the project and how we intend to build it out as it pertains to student involvement. Thanks.
Good evening. Walt Tack with Site Logic. We're the construction managers for the project. Our job is to plan and then work with the school district to, and to ensure that the contractors implement the plan to construct this project as we desire. We have, let me see here. Yeah, let me make sure I get the right one here. Oh, nope, hang on. Yeah, let me go to the PowerPoint instead, yeah. There we go. So we've brought a little PowerPoint presentation. The intention in the planning of how we're going to build this is to ensure the safety of the students, safety of the faculty, safety of the public, whilst getting the building built in a reasonable manner. That said, everything we're doing is trying to find ways to separate construction activities from the students and the children. It's not the first time we've built a building on a site with another school there. Frankly, it's pretty common and it's unusual not to be in that situation. And let's see here, let's start there we go. So we want to talk a little bit about construction phasing or sequencing. We're breaking the project down in basically 3 major sequences of construction. Within each of those, there are sub-sequences. The first sequence is sort of 1A, we're going to call it, and that's preparing for the construction of the school. And that's getting work done over the summer while students are not there so that we're ready to go in the fall. A couple of things we want to do. The new school is being built on the location of the existing playground. So we need to build a temporary playground. The plan is to remove one of the modular units up in this area here and put a temporary playground in there. We're currently actually, we just awarded contracts and getting ready to get started with replacing the geothermal well field that services this building. The existing well field sits approximately in this area here. So when we start construction of the new school, we'll lose that well field. We will be putting in temporary boilers and cooling towers to temper the water instead of using the well field to temper the water so that we can continue to heat and cool the building while we're building. But we will, over the summer, we will construct or we'll remove this modular building, put in a temporary playground area. That's known as the annex building. We intend to also do any tree removal immediately adjacent to the school that needs to be done to allow for the new construction. We'll limit that to those areas. But basically, we don't want to be felling trees while students are in the school, obviously. So we want to get those out of the way so we can build the new building. The intention is to bid this project over the summer, be ready to start construction in the fall. It's when we anticipate having all the permits in place. First thing we would do once we're ready to start construction is construct a temporary fence around the perimeter of the construction area. The brown area, if you will, is the area of construction. You'll see a orange line around it. That is a proposed temporary chain link fence, 6-foot chain link fence to separate students and public areas from construction areas, keep construction activities within that area, keep public and students from wandering onto the construction area. Access to the site to the construction area will be along this driveway off the existing school driveway. The intention is to try to separate construction traffic from school traffic as quickly as possible once they enter the site. This phase of construction, we anticipate to start in the fall and run through fall of 25 and run through the spring of 2027. So it'll be over a year and a half of construction for the new building. There will be a temporary sheeting and shoring along the excavation for the new building to maintain egress out of the existing building. There is currently an exit door here that will come up to the parking lot. There's an exit door here. We'll have to maintain access around the building to get students out of the structure, out of the area safely. There are also other exits out of the building, obviously. But that is a key concern is making sure we maintain egress out of the building. The tennis courts will be, the existing tennis courts will be used for construction trailers and storage units. Separate those from the student area. We will also use this area here for contractor parking. The geothermal well field is intended for this area here. And we will have a construction staging area in the lower part of the site, what will ultimately become the new playground for the school. So that's the first phase, the primary phase of building the new school. You'll notice that we are maintaining the existing driveway, the existing traffic flow, parking lots. Buses will still come in, still drop off here. Parents will still come in, exit the site the same as they currently are. That will not change through the construction of the new building. We will limit construction traffic entering and leaving the site at times of when buses are arriving and when students are being discharged from school and buses are leaving the site, so that we don't get interference with that. We will be managing that, that traffic very closely. Once we get done with building the new school, over that summer of 2027, the intention is to demolish the existing school. We will encircle the area with a chain link fence to separate it from the new schools, keep debris from leaving the site, keep public from wandering on. We will begin reconstructing the bus loop and part of the parking lot. You can see that part of the parking lot, new parking lot, goes over the footprint of the existing parking lot, so we can get a pretty good jump start on that. We're going to start demolishing at the back of the Ithan Elementary School up in what's the kindergarten wing and down through the library so that we can get the bus loop in. That is going to take up the majority of that summer. We anticipate the entire demolition of the building taking about 2 months. Within a month, we should have enough of it demolished that we can get that bus loop in. That'll give us the rest of the summer to get the bus loop in, and we'll be able to get this section of parking in. We will use the tennis courts at this point. We'll transition the tennis courts over to be temporary parking to supplement what we have here because, you can see we've only constructed about half the planned permanent parking. Between the two, that should give us plenty of parking for the faculty and parents and visitors. This phase of work that we are seeing here, this work that's going on, that'll be going on over that summer of 27, so that whenever the students arrive in the fall of 27, we will have a very limited area of construction right in front. Again, encircled with chain link fence. We will add additional levels of protection, though, by putting jersey barriers along traffic areas where the students will be walking. We don't want construction vehicles, for whatever reason, exiting that site and injuring a student. So we are going to put jersey barriers all around that to protect them. We will be limiting, again, construction will be entering here. Again, we will have to limit that during times when students are entering the school and being discharged. Buses will enter here. They will stage along this blue area. Parents will stage behind them. We'll have to manage that so we don't have we'll have to get buses in there first, and then we will have to hold parents until the buses leave. We've been thinking about this, planning it, and we will at the same time be doing improvements to the ball field here, and this will be serving as a sediment basin for construction, which at the end of construction will convert into a stormwater management basin. This area down here is a temporary sediment basin that once we are done with the parking lots, this is all stabilized, this will be converted to an underground stormwater detention basin. The intention is, and then at the very end, we will convert the tennis court back into a tennis court again. The intention is to finish all this up by winter of 28 so that we're out of their hair. It is, no doubt about it, it's a challenging site, but frankly, as I said, It's rare not to have this kind of situation in today's public school construction. It isn't very often you get a clean site with nothing on it, or no students on it. That's a quick run through. Are any questions on all this? I mean, there's a lot there to go over.
Yes, so are you proposing to keep normal construction hours? And if so, what are they?
Typical construction hours, would be 7 to 3:30 typically. Those are, we can have discussions about that. But yeah, that would be the intention, is to try to get construction vehicles and contractors into the site before students start arriving, and then hold them until after students leave to depart the site.
So no after dark hours are
No,
anticipated
no.
or going to be asked for?
No, we don't have any intention of doing that.
Okay. Walk me through the traffic and circulation of buses and parent vehicles on pickup or drop-off, please.
At this time, this final phase, the fall of 27, is that what you're referring to?
During construction.
Yeah. Well, during the, but there's a couple different phases. You're talking about this one where when they were using the new school? Or do you want to go back and look at the existing school?
I want to go back.
Okay. So currently, we're not going to change any of the traffic patterns, really. Currently, parents come in along the drive, they loop through the parking lot, drop off students here, and exit back out. Buses come in here, come up around, stage along here, drop off students, and then leave. And then in the afternoon, same thing. Buses stage along here, pick up students, parents line up in the parking lot to pick up students, and then head out. That we aren't going to change how that's currently taking place. Construction is going to be separate from that. We can isolate it, and it won't. Nothing should affect how they currently operate in the school in that respect.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You want to look at the last phase too? Okay, so this is over the summer, so we aren't concerned about bus flow over the summer, or parent flow. And then the final phase, buses and parents will still come in the driveway. They will come up and stage along here. The intention is the first part for buses, behind them parents. We don't want parents driving past the buses to get into the space to park. And then we will hold everybody until buses leave and then parents leave. In the morning, buses will be coming in, dropping off, leaving immediately. They don't hang around, but in the afternoon, they'll be waiting for the students to be discharged. This will be primary public parking. This will serve as faculty parking. Handicapped access to the building will be here and into this entrance. The students will have the opportunity to enter over on this corner of the building near the proposed new gymnasium. We don't want to really bring them down through here. It's getting a little too crowded, a little too congested with the construction activities. We felt it was much safer to get them immediately into this entrance to avoid that. So yeah, the buses around here, parents around here, guests parking in this area, some faculty, and faculty parking here. We will at this point, there'll be a very limited number of contractors on the site. Basically, we will have pavers, maybe some concrete guys putting curbs and sidewalks in, and electricians putting light poles and things like that on, few electricians. But there will probably be 15 or so, 15, maybe 20 workers on site at that point. Be fairly limited.
So it looks like you'll have enough room here not to impact the neighborhood with holding cars until the buses leave, right?
Mm-hmm.
You anticipate the driveway length is sufficient, the parking facilities are sufficient?
I think we decided that, how many buses are currently, is 11 buses at the the school, and I laid out this blue dashed line to be essentially, I think, the length of 12 buses.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to Commissioner Brubaker's point, it's a huge driveway, but I'm not quite sure, with holding cars and buses.
It's tight, no doubt about it. I'm not going to, but it works.
Currently so overlap. MJ, actually,
Yeah.
it's almost the current practice now. I know because I was there today. So they stack the parents and wait for the buses. And so you just kind of stack down this driveway. They clear it out, and then all the kind of parents move into the circle. So it kind of operates that same way now. And because the driveway is so long, even when there's a lot of parents, it never really kind of stretches back. So they've got
My
good
kids
examples.
go to Radnor Elementary. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. And I know it's very different there. So
It's
but-
similar.
Yeah.
There's significant backups.
you kind of go in through the park, and yeah.
Any other questions on this? Does this address your concerns? Okay. There's also a discussion about similar construction phasing experiences. We've got some that SiteLogic's done, some that Breslin has done. This is a Breslin project. I'll let Steve talk about it.
Good evening. My name's Steve Behrens. I'm a principal architect at Breslin Architects. The firm's been around for 60 years. I represent the third generation of ownership. I've been at this for about 26 years myself. We really specialize in education, and particularly Pennsylvania public education, K-12. So substantial experience with these kinds of projects every day. This is an example from Bethlehem. This is the Nitchman Middle School. You will see the existing building labeled there on the lower right, the new construction occurring immediately adjacent to it, within 30 feet of the existing building. The dashed line around that is construction fencing. So this was an active school, just as Ithan will be occupied, fully occupied and operational during the duration of construction. This was another example of that. This shows the final product. So you can see the new building, new parking, new athletic fields. This is another example. This is Council Rock School District, the new Sandy Run Middle School. This is the aerial picture during construction. Again, the construction fencing is indicated there with a dashed line. You can see the existing building off to the left, operational and occupied during this construction. This is the final product if you go by today. And as you can see, on the left-hand side are athletics and parking in the location of the existing building. So it was a similar situation in terms of a summer demolition. And as Mr. Tack pointed out, both of our firms, SiteLogic and Breslin, have ample, significant experience with these types of projects. And so there's a couple that Walt can speak to as well.
This one is Great Valley School District. We built a 5-6 center there for them. This is the new building under construction, the existing school building. You can see we're only about probably 30 feet between them here, pretty tight. We, again, encircled the construction area with fence. We separated construction entrance from the school entrance. Students entered the existing school over on this side. We entered the construction site on this side, set up a staging area in front. When we were complete, this was just recently shot by drone, and you can see buildings are still very close together. We just wrapping that. We just wrapped this project up recently this fall. And then here's a little different one, a little more congested one. This was actually additions and renovations north of Pittsburgh at Westview Elementary School. This is the existing school. It's bordered by streets on 3 sides, and there's a pretty good hill. You can't see it, but there's a pretty good hillside over here. We basically surrounded the building with construction. Still got students in and out here, maintained a play area for the students. We put a large addition along this side of the building and then renovated the building while it was occupied. And then Kennett Greenwood, these are some of the measures that
Yeah, not quite sure what happened to this drawing, but it's rotated and stretched. This is an example of a current project that's under construction right now for Kennett Consolidated School District. It's also an elementary school on the site of an existing building. And so, although you can't read it well, this is a document that puts into the specifications of the project the specific requirements of the contractors. The chart is actually a sequence of construction. So what has to happen prior to the next event. The drawing itself is an indication of where temporary facilities are in place, fences, access, those sorts of things. And then scattered around that are details. So we're not only saying there has to be a fence and signage, but we're drawing what it has to be, how it has to be constructed. Any temporary protections, such as Walt referencing with respect to Jersey barriers and that sort of thing, those are documented. They become a requirement of the construction documents and in the bids that the contractors prepare. I think.
Yeah. I believe there was some concern about air quality as well.
Good evening. Ken Morris, Director of Buildings and Grounds with Radnor Township School District. So as part of my duties and responsibilities with the district, I want to talk a little bit about dust and air quality with regards to the construction site. So with every construction site, dust and pollutants is a concern, and it was a question that was asked of us as far as what we were going to do with it. So currently, the school district contracts with Environmental Control Systems as our designated person for federal, state compliance, as well as environmental risk management and testing and verification engineering services. In regards to Ithan Elementary School, myself and ECS, for Environmental Control Systems, is working with SiteLogic to develop specifications for dust mitigation and indoor air quality. So some of the things, the guidelines that we are following, EPA's best practices, as well as the guidelines from OSHA 29 CRF 126. So with that, just a couple things that are included with that is the regular use of water trucks during dry weather to keep the dust down, stabilization and seeding of stockpiles, fabric for construction fences, establishing speed limits, stone bases, wheel wash stations. We also do visual inspections, so our environmental engineer, myself, as well as SiteLogic are constantly on site doing visual inspections and, enforcing anything that needs to be taken care of at the time that we see. We do have a designated industrial hygienist who's going to monitor the air quality, both exterior of the building as well as inside of the building during construction. Again, these will be visual monitoring as well as scientific air testing and measurements that'll go out to a lab, and then there's also meters and things like that that are placed throughout the site for airborne contaminants. Prior to this, the district does have a robust indoor air quality program, which was also developed in cooperation with or in support with Environmental Control Systems. So already to date, we do routine filter changes, cleaning of equipment and coils to maintain good indoor air quality. That's just a few of a whole mass of things. But during the project, we do plan on monitoring not only our own program to make adjustments as needed, more filter changes as needed, regular equipment cleaning and ensure that we have good indoor air quality, but then also just to make sure that these practices are maintained, implemented, and adjusted as needed. So that's a little bit about dust mitigation. So, any questions? Okay, thank you.
So the next letter I think we want to address is the traffic consultant's letter. We think that to be the next most significant based on the comments that we had. Yep.
Mr. Falcone, just sorry to interrupt you, but I think the traffic comments are extensive.
So there's a couple that we want to address. We're not going to walk through the whole letter, but there are a couple that we think we should at least get some guidance on because they're not necessarily clear, but we're not going to turn pages on that so much.
Yeah, and you know, this isn't to say that the review letter is so scary for us, right? But this is a large project,
Sure.
and we want you to keep moving
Right.
with this stuff. We want to act, obviously, but I don't think we're going to see that tonight.
I think that's right. There are a couple, though, that we need some clarification on, and I think from getting feedback from you all on a couple of those points would be helpful. The primary engineering letter, there's virtually nothing for us to discuss tonight, so we're trying to hit kind of the larger issues just to check them off.
Mr. Falcone, are these clarifications something that Damon can do offline?
No, I think we do need some guidance from the Planning Commission on a couple, and then obviously we're going to work with Damon for any of the cleanup items. Yeah. So, but the most important for us was I know there were a lot of questions around staging and safety, so we wanted to hit that first. So.
Good evening. Michelle Madslin, Senior Transportation Manager from ELA Group. And I'll keep mine brief, very, very to the point. First, I want to note anything related to the Sproul-Clyde intersection, we are working with the township to address, so all those comments will be addressed at a later time. Second comment about the peak hour, we did a typical traffic count from 3 to 6 in the afternoon. It does incorporate the school release at 3:40. We feel like it does capture the peak time of when a vehicle would leave the school, and in a lot of cases, it does appear to overlap with what would be reasonable of a vehicle leaving. So I'm seeking clarification of what I need to do to address that.
So, Mr. Drummond?
I'll be glad to address that. What we're looking for is what the departure hour is of the school to make sure we are capturing the school departure of the cars leaving, the dismissal time during the PM peak. The time that was looked at was more for the commuter peak. That's usually like a 4 to 6 peak hour, which was included in this. We want to make sure we are analyzing what the school traffic is coming out to make sure there's no issues with that.
And there are intersections where the peak hour actually incorporates what would be a vehicle leaving, either a bus or a car. So we used the highest traffic peak hour that was available during 3 to 6. So felt like it kind of already captured that.
Although it's looking, the peak hour from the 4 to 6 also has a lot more commuter traffic at that time. We want to concentrate on what the traffic is doing from the school letting out and making sure that's not going to impact the other intersection. I know you're saying you're doing the worst case there, but we want to make sure we're looking at the departure traffic and that impact.
Yeah, so we're aligned on that, and so I guess we studied 3 to 6. We just wanted to make sure there was nothing beyond that the Planning Commission is looking for, because we're capturing departure time at 3:40 is when the school lets out. Our study was 3 to 6. So if there's something, we think we're catching all the traffic from the school, but I didn't know whether there was guidance, because you were clear that you wanted to make sure you caught that hour. That's why we went 3 to 6
And we
instead
can
of 4
talk
to 6.
about that more offline if you want.
Oh,
We're also looking for what's arriving maybe a half hour before when they're starting to stack.
Okay.
We're
So,
looking
Mr.
to concentrate
Falcone,
on that.
as the solicitor said, these are questions not for the planning commission proper. This is for our traffic consultant.
So we
I don't
thought we
think
got
this
good
is a-
guidance from Damon, Steve. We didn't know whether there was anything else the planning commission wanted to see us study outside of that window.
From a traffic standpoint, it's Damon and myself.
Okay, good enough.
I think Mr. Norsini is a little leery of our expertise on the dais and traffic studies, so.
Not at all, Mr. Fruman, not at all.
So to the one Board of Commissioner member, I think we need a traffic engineer.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then, Steve, so the other two items we had questions on, if they're just for you guys, you'll tell me, or the planning commission, would be the left turn in. I thought that was kind of still up in the air. I didn't know, that's just you guys?
Oh, no, yes.
Okay.
Damon has thoughts on that. so
Okay,
that's
and then the other would be the Bryn Mawr Avenue and Sprawl Road. That's just you guys?
Correct. Those are
Okay.
technical traffic questions, that's
Yeah.
what the board is depending on us for.
Okay, so those were the only three things we wanted to talk about in traffic. So we'll turn over to the general engineer at this point, or civil.
Hello, Hugh Cadzo with the LA Group, back again. And when it comes to the general engineering questions, pretty much what we have, again, I'm focusing on just the general engineering, are pretty much 100% will complies. I think there's some things that we may need some clarification on. We're working with the township on the planning module right now and some other things, but again, everything that we have, we didn't see anything here that jumped up at us as being major concern, that we feel that everything is a will comply. And, we just, any questions on the waivers or modifications, if you wish to discuss those tonight or we defer those, that's the planning commission's call. But again, just.
Let me make a recommendation. I think we have two letters. Each letter's like 5 pages long. Clean that up. Can you clean that up? And
Yeah, so we definitely will. I just want to make sure that we're catching any feedback you all have specifically to that. A lot of it's cleanup. We're going to clean up the items, obviously, in the plans. There are a couple of issues on traffic we have to just work out with the township. We think that'll address that. But if there's anything specific, again, from the planning commission's perspective, that you all want us to address before we come back, when we come back at the next meeting, we will be seeking a recommendation that will keep us on our time frame, which is why we wanted to be here tonight so that we can still try and hit that. For us, timing is important, so.
my recommendation would be to work closely with staff and clean up those letters, so they're just a one-page letter that says, looks good.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten a one-page letter in Radnor.
And you won't.
So, and I think too, every board we appeared in front of, there was a questioning about the staging, which was very important. And that was one major element to be here tonight, to present that to the commission, so it's clear in everybody's head, the amount of work and effort going into that. So that was a key thing to bring up.
Just out of curiosity, are we the only venue for you to do that, to discuss the items that we are? Okay.
So in order for us to get to the board, we have to come through you all and satisfy the planning commission.
Okay, and not that we're unhappy that you're doing that.
Right.
We're just hoping for your sake that you have a larger audience.
So we obviously discuss these. The school district is unique in that all these things are discussed through the district's meetings, through their facilities committee, through the primary board meetings. So there's a larger audience there. So people that are engaged at the school district level get a preview of pretty much everything you all are hearing. But from a township perspective, we've had good success working with staff. They've been great meeting with us and giving us feedback. But generally, as far as presentations to the township, you guys are where it starts.
Okay.
So we hear the charge. We will be back, hopefully, with one-page letters. That would be fantastic. So we're all for it.
That's up to you, Mr. Falcone. whether you have one page
I mean,
letters.
I can hope for it. That's my job at this point. So, yeah. So we will. We appreciate it. We'll be back. Just so we're clear, we will not at our next meeting come back with any more phasing information unless you guys need additional information on that.
Okay. And Mr. Solicitor, just to check, does the commission need to take any action on this item tonight?
You can vote to table it, but actually, no.
Do we need to vote to table it?
You don't need to, no.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, and we'll see you at one of our next meetings.
Can I just take this USB drive right out of there?
Yeah.
I didn't. Somebody else did. but-
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming.
Last item on the agenda is application 213602 for land development at 302-306 East Lancaster Avenue. The applicant seeks approval of final land development plan. This is proposed development of two properties located at the southeast corner of Lancaster Avenue and Aberdeen Avenue. The two lots will be consolidated, the two existing retail gas stations taken down and then replaced with one new one-story Wawa with 12 gas pumps. Notably, this project was previously received preliminary approval through an order and opinion of the Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania dated April 11, 2024. At our last meeting, the application was tabled to allow the applicant to, one, meet with the residents, and then to present at this session issues including but not limited to, one, fencing and separation on the backside of the property, and two, spillover lighting. As part of our consideration, we have review letters from Gilmore dated December 27, 2024, as well as an updated letter from Gannett Fleming dated January 23, 2025. Among other things, as I understand, this updated letter reports that with regard to Code Section 280-105E, regarding the outside lighting, quote, the luminaire schedule provided on sheet L201 indicates there are no luminaries exceeding a mounting height of 25 feet. Additionally, the luminaire detail on sheet L202 provides an external glare shield. Second item is Code Section 255-29.A sub 19 regarding artificial lighting. Review letter says, quote, the revised lighting plan provided indicates no spillover onto the residential property behind the project. And with that, do we have someone from the applicant?
Thank you, Nick Cornelia, and I'll just hit a couple of the comments. One was the lighting, which obviously has already been addressed. Since the last time we didn't meet with the neighbors, we have some additional items on the plan that we'll show you regarding the fencing in particular, and also we would like to discuss that pedestrian walkway to some extent. But what you see here, this is the approved preliminary plan, the plan that was approved by the court. And that plan, you'll see, has the fence, and the fence only extends from here to here. So it's from that point to that point is where the fence is. And that fence was a 6-foot vinyl fence. 6 feet is what is required by the code. You would have to go to zoning hearing board if you're going to put a fence in that was more than 6 feet. There also was a buffer provided on the preliminary plan in this area. That plan provided for buffer trees, minimum of 8 feet high, which again is the code requirement that it be 8 feet high. Most of them, as we know, were arborvitae. The revised plan addresses a number of issues. One, the fence now extends the entire length of the property or the width of the property along these two residential neighbors. That was a revision to the plan. It also still provides for a 6-foot fence, but that 6-foot fence is wood or a composite stockade type privacy fence, as was discussed last time, the requirement. Buffer, it has gone to Shade Tree Commission. My understanding is it has been approved by Shade Tree, the buffer area in this area. Lighting has been mentioned. There is no more any spillover onto the residential neighbors in the back.
Mr. Cornelia, let me clarify the shade tree approval. It was approved unanimously by Shade Tree. We also recommended some Taylor junipers as infill to the arborvitae.
And that would be acceptable to the applicant.
Okay, very good, thank you.
At the neighbors' meeting, there was an item on here, there was a bench. And of course, the bench could mean loitering and things of that nature. That bench, I don't think the plan shows it yet, but that bench would be removed. You know, because that was some concern about people sitting on the bench and eating and loitering, and so we were totally in agreement with that. One of the items, and Matt can address this more, was the trucks, the tractor trailers. And there was a concern about the tractor, I believe, making a left out of here. I know currently, I believe Damon's letter said there would be no trucks on Aberdeen, and we are thinking, and again, Matt can address it more, that it may be more beneficial to have trucks a right-hand turn so that it can access Lancaster Avenue at the light on Aberdeen Avenue. We agree there would be no truck turns going left back into the neighborhood. So that's one item, again, that can be addressed regarding that. Matt will also address the pedestrian walkway. There was some discussion regarding that. And remember, blinking lights and flashing lights regarding the walkway. And also what we're providing here for the pedestrian walkway is additional landscape islands on the southwest and southeast corners of the building that would allow for signage for the pedestrian walkway, more protected path for crossing, and more landscaping and less impervious coverage. So they're basically the changes that you've seen since last time. I would like Matt to come up to kind of go over a little bit, particularly regarding the pedestrian walkway, if you can, Matt.
Could we talk, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could we go back to Aberdeen Avenue?
Yes.
And trucks? So what the applicant is suggesting is that trucks are able to make a right out.
Correct.
To go to 30, not back towards the neighborhood.
Yes, correct.
And that would be a tractor trailer?
Yes. Possibly, yes.
So the intent is that they'd be going west on 30?
If they were going to go west, that's the way they would go.
Does that turning radius support that? I mean, I'm seeing the way that island sticks
Yeah.
out. I don't know if, and your engineer could tell us.
Yeah.
I just have concerns with enforcing the fact that everything can only go right. A big concern is that nothing goes back into the neighborhood.
Correct, yeah. Good evening, again, Matt Hammond with Traffic Plan Design. And you're correct, so the intent was to, and the truck turning templates were not included in the plan sets. Obviously, that would have to be provided for to demonstrate those trucks could make those turns. But the thought is that we want to restrict all the truck traffic to and from the neighborhood. So restrict any truck making a left out of that driveway, any truck potentially making a right in. But we wanted to look at the possibility of providing that right out if we can make it work and demonstrate to the township that it can work, so that we give those trucks the opportunity to make that turn on the Lancaster Avenue vis-a-vis a traffic signal versus the unsignalized driveway. So that was kind of our thought. We want to look at providing that. If we can provide it, great. Obviously, we'll need to show that to both you and Damon that truck can make that turn, but we want to give them the opportunity to get to the signal, but restrict everything to and from the residential area.
So I'm not trying to be flip, and please don't take this the wrong way, but if they go out to 30 and they can't make a left because of traffic, which depending on the time of day is, I don't really have a concern if they have to go east and then figure their way back out. I really do have concern with the neighborhoods, and I can't envision any time that a tractor trailer will want to go down Aberdeen Avenue. I really don't.
Sure.
I don't know where they'd be going, but that is a concern. If it was signed correctly, I guarantee our police would be there to make that point, but that do have some concern with that.
I would, and I can understand that. I would say that we're talking about the tractor trailer deliveries, which are not very frequent, and obviously, with that said, Wawa does have the ability to direct those tractor trailers, because one tractor trailer would be delivering the fuel product and another separate tractor trailer would be delivering the store product. So they do have the ability to tell the drivers, to route the drivers, and tell them at this store that you can only go these certain directions. So with the signage, properly signed, police presence, the fact that Wawa can dictate where their trucks go to and come from, and the fact that from the store delivery, it's maybe 1 to 2 tractor trailers a week, fuel deliveries as needed, but let's just assume once a day. So very limited amount of tractor trailers on the site over the course of a week.
And again, this would be
But
subject,
straight trucks also, like 3-axle straight trucks would be part of that mix as well? Because they're going to have a harder time probably than an actual tractor trailer making that right-hand turn.
Well, that would obviously be if that 3-axle straight truck, frequented the site, which is, again, it's a possibility that you could have larger trucks frequent the site, but we're talking about known entities. We're talking about the delivery trucks, the larger tractor trailers. There's a landscaping truck on the property, a straight unit. They may have the ability to make that turn, and they may have to swing out into traffic. But I don't know that that's going to be a significant presence on the site over the course of a week.
and this would only be if it meets the requirements of the township regarding the templates and everything too. You want to talk about the pedestrian?
Sure. If there's no other questions on why I'm up here, one of the things that Nick had mentioned, and I think we had talked about briefly, or at least I had mentioned last time we were here, was about the internal pedestrian crossing that is located in this area here on the site. What you'll notice is that there has been a change in the design of that pedestrian crossing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably mess this whole thing up in terms of the zoom. This is the plan you last saw. But I just really want to focus on one thing real quickly.
And I'm sorry, I just want to mention to the board, remember, this was not part of the preliminary plan. This was kind of an add-on because of a request from the township and some neighbors regarding pedestrian safety.
So what you see right here on this plan, and again, I just really want to focus more so on this area of the store right here where there's a striped pavement basically separating this row of parking from this row of parking here. We have this raised crosswalk here, and also on this plan it shows some flashing pedestrian signage for pedestrians crossing in that area. Through discussions with the project team as well as myself and Mr. Drummond, we revised the design of this crosswalk. We wanted to eliminate the pedestrian flasher, but also make it a more defined pedestrian area through this, from crossing from this side to the store. And the biggest change here, again, is this area here. We provide for raised planter islands and a defined pedestrian crosswalk that basically takes you from this raised crosswalk across over to the store. So it's a more defined area than was previously shown on the plan.
So I'm just curious, on both sides of this pedestrian crosswalk, what is being planted there?
I don't have the answer to what's
Are these
being...
like little bushes? Are they
Small shrubs and
like-
bushes, yes.
like ankle height or knee height or waist height or?
No hot. Maybe smaller shrubs that wouldn't affect sight distance, if that's what you're getting.
Exactly what I'm getting at.
100%.
That you don't have some younger child who's not that tall and you've got a bush that's overpowering.
100%. Agreed. But we feel that this is a better design from the standpoint of getting pedestrians across in this area. We've also talked about enhanced striping and signage, kind of a belt and suspenders approach. We'd have striping on both sides, and then instead of the typical pedestrian signage you would see on each approach, we would put them on the approaches on the backside as well. So
And is this a raised?
this is a raised crosswalk through this area, correct?
How raised is it?
Kind of like a speed hump type raise.
So I do have a question for you, sir. So I understand the applicant had concerns with the flashing signal for two reasons, PennDOT, and you were concerned about the neighbors behind seeing that signal, seeing the flashing lights.
So that may have been their concern. And I think what I mentioned, I actually had more concerns, and I was more concerned with the provision of that pedestrian flasher in that area for reasons outside necessarily of the residents. I wasn't part of that initial discussion when they showed that pedestrian flasher on the plan, and when I saw it is when I raised my concerns.
With, from the PennDOT standpoint?
Well, it's not necessarily a PennDOT standpoint, other than the fact that we need PennDOT approval
Right.
for a flashing warning device in this area. It's more so of the flasher in an area like this. You know, one of the things that having a flasher in that area could affect is driver expectations. I don't believe drivers don't expect to see a flashing warning sign in a commercial parking lot. Also, on top of that is the close proximity of those parking spaces to the flashing warning device and the crosswalk. So the concern that I have from a traffic perspective is that there's vehicles parked in these parking spaces here, and they're backing out, and if someone wants to cross and they press the button and the lights are flashing, they have a false sense of security that they can just walk right across, versus someone backing out at that same time. At least with the signage and whatnot, those pedestrians need to remain, you know, vigilant in terms of what's going on, as do the motorists. Thirdly, one of the concerns
I'm
that I
sorry,
had
let's-
was,
I'm going to do one at a time because it's
Sure.
late, and I'm not going to remember through that.
No,
So
no
let's
problem,
let's
no
talk about that one.
yeah,
So your concern is that the pedestrians will have a false sense of security due to a flashing light with the car backing up.
Mhm.
But with no light, you think they're going to be more vigilant to that car backing up. That's very subjective to me.
Well, I can tell you that that's the reason why we put flashing lights up, is so that the vehicles stop and people automatically, whether it's subjective or not, people automatically have that sense of security that they can cross. So having a lot of activity going on in a concentrated area could present issues with respect to that pedestrian safety. You'll notice that most of the times when you have flashing warning devices located in certain locations, there's not as much activity going on. There might be traffic on the roadways themselves, but you don't have driveways in close proximity to those flashing warning signs where there's a lot of traffic in and out in close
Actually,
proximity.
we're putting one up on Conestoga Road in South Devon, right at a few driveways.
Within how far?
15 feet.
Maybe less?
Well,
So, but, okay, and I'll just cut to the chase. So how is this enhancement going to help pedestrians more versus the previous? Taking away the discussion we just had, what does this enhancement that you've made do that makes this safer for pedestrians versus having a flashing signal? I'm not sold on the flashing signal, but this was a good point brought up, and I think we need to, before we dismiss it summarily, we should investigate it, or at least discuss it like we are right now.
Sure. So I think this is an enhancement to what you saw previously in the fact that we have a fully defined pedestrian crosswalk, not only in addition to the raised crosswalk here, but a defined area through that previously painted island. So rather than having, again, this crosswalk and then opening up in that painted area, you have that definition. Mr. Drummond and I talked about signage or striping and enhanced signage through that area. So there's not to provide for sign clutter, but at the same time, have that belt and suspenders approach with respect to the pedestrian crossings.
So do we have, is that a continental crosswalk?
That's what we have shown. Obviously, we
No,
can.
that's what we prefer. And will it also have, so like on our existing speed humps, you know, we have the chevrons as you approach.
Yes,
And I can't tell from the drawing if you have that, if that's the,
we do.
I'm talking about the ones that go further back, or would that not be appropriate in the parking lot? So right now, ours start at about 70 feet away.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're open to adding additional chevrons. I don't know that, you know, we can add them maybe instead of 70 feet back,
Well,
maybe
I
a
mean, you
couple
know what the
parking spaces
standard,
back.
a standard speed hump, you know what they look like going back.
Understood it, and again, I think we're trying to take it one step further from the signage and striping perspective. I've used the belt and suspenders verbiage a few times already, but adding additional striping and signage to this area. to
Just giving you
enhance
some more belts.
it. Some more belts, perfect.
Steve, I'm going to add a couple of things to that real quick also. If we went with the flashers, that would also require activation of those flashers. That means we would have to have people pushing the push buttons. That could be more unlikely in a parking lot such as this. In addition, the school, we could do motion detection, that could be an option. But the other thing is the township would be responsible for the permitting on this, and
We're responsible for any flashing or any signal in the township.
Yep.
I'm aware of that. And if that, so ultimately, that goes to our board. But if that's what we feel is the best, the safest thing, I'd be glad to go to the board with that. But we'll take some of this under consideration.
And if I could just add, I'm sorry not to interrupt, but I would just, to Damon's point, or actually to your question about the actuation, I don't know that actuation would actually be effective in this area because of the amount of activity going on. The actuation's effective when someone approaches it because it has, it's able to detect a certain range, but when you have vehicles in and out of parking spaces or moving in close proximity, that detection may not be as effective or effective at all. So it's really going to be, it's going to be in the reliance of the person to press that button to actuate that lighting.
I'm not a fan of that because I've seen these in action when that occurs. But I think for the residents and the commissioner that's here, we need to vet this like we are right now to make sure that we end up with what we think is the safest. The applicant has made the accommodation to put this in. We want to make sure it's the safest, most visible for the kids to be walking through.
So just to comment on this whole topic, I do have concerns also as to what you were saying, that if you do have a flash, that could give someone a false sense of security, that traffic is actually going to stop and you just can walk forward. You can do that in London. I don't know that you can do it here.
I think I'm okay with what they're showing here, but I ask those questions for myself
Yeah.
and for the 8 people that are watching.
Yeah.
To
So
use Mr. Fruman's term.
So I did have one question. So I like, some of what you've done here with the crosswalk, and it looks like you've made those areas on the receiving end raised so that it boxes the person in.
Correct.
Question, making it this narrow and cutting off that turning side, is that going to impede trucks from making that turn?
Making it, I'm sorry, I don't
So-
follow.
So if you're a truck and you're going to the left and making now a right-hand turn, or I don't know, how is that gonna, which is the traffic flow?
Oh, we're talking about the truck turning versus the pedestrian?
Inside, yeah,
Oh,
because you've
inside,
now
yeah.
restricted, you've
No,
now
no.
restricted a little bit of the turning.
No, that shouldn't have any effect on the trucks traversing through the site because while that area was painted, based on that radius, if the truck was going to cross over that painted area, previously painted area, it would have crossed over some of these parking spaces as well. So
Right, that's what I'm saying.
it shouldn't have any effect on.
The truck will still have the
Yes.
ability to make the turns.
Yes, and we will show that on the plans just to make
Okay.
sure that everyone's
Okay.
clear.
Just to bring this conversation backwards to imagine that there is flashing lights there. What's the impact on the neighbors? Have you studied that yet?
No, I mean, that was something that was brought up, and that was a concern that my team had. It wasn't necessarily my initial concern, because I was more concerned about the safety and what could be provided, what would work the best.
Matt, what would be the height of those lights?
So that would be, in that area, we'd have to do an overhang, so it'd probably be at least 14 feet on a mast arm. Yeah, so you can have
So to
circulation
answer your
underneath.
question, the neighbors would see flashing lights all day and all night.
We would like to have to put it on the mast arm, so overhead, so that people could see it visibly.
I guess it'd have to be high enough that trucks could go under
Yeah,
it.
so about 14 feet.
That's
approximately.
enough?
Yeah, about that. So that
They-
was
They
one.
would be taller than the fence and initially taller than the arborvitaes, and you wouldn't be able to shield them like you would the light standards that are on the site because you need to be able to see them from all angles.
Right.
This may be a terrible idea, but is there anything that's ground mounted that could work in a similar way rather
There
than
is.
an aerial?
Absolutely. So you'll see a lot of applications where you have the pedestrian flashers where they're pedestal mounted versus overhead mounted. The problem is, again, this is uncharted territory for this type of use in an area like this in a commercial parking lot for all intents and purposes. There's a lot of activity going on, so having the ground-mounted, post-mounted has more of a chance of being blocked visibility-wise by vehicles in and out of parking spaces and turning through the site. There's a lot of activity going on. So in order, if you're going to do it, the way to do it is to have it visibly in the air so that people have no doubt there's nothing blocking the view of that flashing warning. So it's going off, you know it's going off.
Reminds me of the comp plan, conflicting priorities.
Please no.
Let's bring that back.
All right, should we, can we hit on a couple other topics? that are
Absolutely.
Outstanding.
Thank
So I
you.
guess the first question is, you met with the neighbors one time, multiple times? How many times? What day?
Well, after the last meeting, one time.
Okay.
And then he did meet, Pete met with, I believe, a couple of neighbors also that immediately back up to it. Now, remember, there was a lot of meetings when this first started.
I'm just
but yeah,
asking.
right.
But you met with them?
We met with them
And-
here in the township building.
Okay, they're here?
No, not, I think a couple are here, but
Okay.
we met with them here
I see.
at the township building.
Okay. So I know in previous discussions, we had talked about a shadow box fence.
Mhm.
Is that on the table or off? the
That is on the table.
That is on the table.
Right.
So not a stockade, but a shadow box.
Well, if that's what the board requires, I don't think it's, either stockade or shadow box, whatever is determined to be the preference.
Okay. And as far as the height goes, I know there was 6, 8, 10.
There's a lot of talk about the
Okay,
height, as
so
we
there
know.
was talk at one point of 10. Is that on the table?
Remember, whatever we do with height has to go to zoning hearing board.
I know.
And that's, we can't agree that it be 10 feet because the
Understood.
zoning board would have to approve it.
Right, and I mean, we could make an approval with the condition of best efforts.
You could.
We could, I'm just saying. Is it,
How tall do you expect the landscaping to be?
well, so it's not just the landscaping. One concern I had was, and this was an open question, how high is the trash fencing going to be?
Right now, it is, again, code requires 6 feet. We prefer it being higher.
Right. So the discussion was, if you made the, I'm just giving numbers out there, if the trash was at 9 feet and you had a shadow box at 10 feet, then it would be covered
If the zoning board approved it.
if the zoning board approved it. I do see a reason they wouldn't approve it, but I don't, that's for them to decide.
Let me clarify the neighbors' wishes for a fence. We heard a variety of numbers. Where are the neighbors at this point as far as their fence requests?
Yeah, I see Marita's here. It was much more than that, and it was a wall that she was requesting, not a fence.
Okay.
But I don't want to speak for Marita.
Well,
Vice
it's not just one neighbor, right? It
was two.
It was two?
Well, the two that were immediately behind.
Okay. So can we, you don't want to drop a number here?
Maria, as I said, I know what Marita could say what she wants. I've talked to her previously about it, but go ahead, Marita, if you want, I mean, I have no problem. I know, we already said we can't agree to it, but, I'll have her come up there. Yeah, come on up, Marita. I mean, that's,
Well, she can certainly voice her opinion.
yeah, sure, yeah. I don't want to speak for her.
So please just state your name and address if you would. Thanks.
I'm Marita Finley. My husband's Dan Finley. I'm actually here speaking also because they're our direct neighbors, the Stevenses, Lindsay and Jeremy. And just to be real clear, we have met. We've had very good meetings, very, very friendly, not contentious at all. We have operated from day one in a place of being reasonable, good faith. That we just have to, we have paid attention to everything, but we've not stood in the way of anything. We've tried to, so we are, in agreement with everybody about the safety features. But obviously, as the two properties, as the neighbors that are, behind the pumps and behind the store, obviously, it's different than, for people that are a block over. So what we've asked, and we've, made it very clear, is just that we've asked for, the least intrusive lighting. They've made accommodations we're really grateful for. They've done things with landscaping that looks like it's more, we're very grateful for. But the reality is, this is the issue, the wall, the barrier, the fence, and I can only speak from direct experience. I've been here for 24 years. I've had a wooden fence, and then, and then above that is the vinyl fence, directly behind the car wash. We have spent tens of thousands of dollars on landscaping to try to get trees, to get our own barrier. They die. I'm trying to figure out why, but it's never been a great barrier. We have, rat traps year-round. We have trash. We have noise. I listen to every conversation of the car wash every single day when I was raising my children. So I'm just speaking from direct experience. This is what I've lived. And I understood that when I bought this place, and I've tried every which way to get the best barrier I can. Moving forward, we are asking for at least 10 feet and something of just more substance, not wood, not vinyl, but some sort of concrete. Why? Because we know it's just plain better for us, for our standard of living, for our privacy, cut down on noise, cut down on trash, cut down on animals. And we're in discussions about that. And it's been very friendly and very agreeable and very, we're hoping in good faith and good trust we can do something more permanent. Because I know it is, because I have all my neighbors to the right of me have a wall. From behind the CVS, behind the bank, the backs of their properties are clean. They are crisp. It is quiet. I sit in the back with them. I've been there for 24 years. Mine is not. Mine is dirty. Mine has rodents. Mine has animals. Mine has wood chips, wood splinters, wood gets opened. So that's where we are. We're asking now, moving forward, I'd like to raise grandchildren. I'd like to stay here for another 24 years. And if we're going to do it, we're asking that, so what I'm asking you and everybody here is, please, if they have to do something to raise the wall, make it very, very, very easy for them. And however, just please, because they've been agreeable with us on a bunch of things and friendly. And I think that if this is a sticking point, I'd like everybody to please help us get the best barrier possible.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else from the public to speak on this? Okay.
I certainly hope you guys relent and give them the wall. The block wall, the concrete wall.
Yeah. We can't agree to a concrete wall, Skip.
Block.
We'll agree to a fence. We'll agree to a fence. As I said, this approved plan has a 6-foot fence. We're willing to do more. Yeah, as you can see, for this whole project, we're willing to do a lot more than what was approved by the courts.
How much could it really cost to do a concrete block wall once you go above 6 feet?
Remember, you have foundation you have to put in.
Footer,
yeah. And I don't know what effect they would have on trees and landscaping.
Mr. Cornelia, is your objection to masonry of any height? Or like, let's say we thought about perhaps a 6-foot tall masonry fence. Is your objection
Our
to that as
objection
well?
is to the masonry
Okay.
aspect of it.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to frame that. Thanks.
And let me just ask, as to things that you are agreeable to, you would be agreeable to a 10-foot shadow box?
If this board approves the plan with conditions, we understand that we would have to comply with the conditions.
But masonry can't be one of the conditions.
Yeah, right. I think that makes sense. I mean, if you
Well, if
grant
we said a
approval, we
20-foot
have to comply with
masonry,
the
that wouldn't be a
conditions.
condition.
No, but
Okay,
we're obviously
so
not
it's not
gonna,
any
you know,
condition, but
that's
it is a
not-
condition of a shadow box
I know,
10-foot.
I get it.
You could live with.
The Wawa store is gonna be blocked. You're gonna have the block people right there.
I'm sorry.
You're
Skip.
going to build a store with a block, with a manufactured stone veneer over block, probably.
Yeah, but I
People are
think we're talking about something completely different. We wouldn't be using that stone for this fence or for this wall.
I'm not talking about covering the wall with that. The walls behind CVS and Wawa are just like,
They're-
parged with cement.
Those walls are ugly, in my mind. I mean,
Well,
yeah, I mean, and remember, you're gonna have people looking at the wall, the fence is in this area, and the buffering's behind it. It's, I mean, I don't know about,
Either of them, but I feel like the neighbor's saying they're not.
The neighbor says she goes to the near, yeah, if CVS and, you know, the bank have the wall, why can't you guys do a wall?
aesthetically, one, there's a couple of reasons. One, for landscaping reasons. Two, aesthetically, it's not pleasing. It's, Skip, you've seen that wall behind CVS. It's not a good-looking wall.
Well,
It's
I've
pretty
never seen
ugly.
it from the neighbor's side. I've only seen it from the.
From the
CVS
commercial side, remember too, we're running a business here. We want it to be attractive.
Let me ask you a couple other questions. When we had spoken previously, we talked about the deliveries and the potential to restrict deliveries of food or non-gas, and then trash collection from the overnight hours. Is that
Yeah.
something?
Well, trash collection, I believe, at least seeing the Wawa in Wayne, is during the day. You know, you see the,
Right, so if you restricted trash collection.
I'd have to go to Michael on that as just to confirm that, yeah. Yeah, trash collection is during the day. Remember, as we discussed before, gas
Understood,
is
gas
set
is
by,
different,
yeah,
gas is
right.
different.
Gas is set.
But as far as trash collection and food or non-gas deliveries, those could be restricted from, say, 10 PM until 7 AM?
No, because remember, Wawa, their promotion is fresh. And so that every rolls and things of that nature would have to be there early in the morning in order for it to be there when people start arriving for breakfast or whatever they're going to buy
So
from
when do
Wawa.
those get delivered, do you know?
I believe 4 or 5 o'clock, is that, yeah, around 4 AM.
Mr. Cornelia, they're the.
And they're not tractor trailers, and, I'm sorry,
They're the bread, like the bread trucks?
yes, the bread
Or
truck.
Box trucks, whatever
Yeah.
you call them.
And remember here, too, on the trucks, the unloading's out here on Lancaster Avenue.
Okay.
So they're not unloading here or on the sides. The unloading actually occurs right here. As it faces Lancaster Avenue, and it's blocked by the building, and then, of course, by whatever we have back in this area as well.
And did we discuss fuel deliveries?
Fuel deliveries are set by computer, I believe, when it shows that it's
Yeah,
low.
Your traffic,
That's
your
what they
your
show.
transportation engineer knew that. We would like to request to see if Wawa could do this, understand that, you know, there's a transducer or sensor that says, okay, we're low on gas, places the order and it comes, is to not have gas deliveries between the hours of 10 PM and whatever the end of your peak is in the morning. I think you don't want gas from 6 to 8. So from 10 PM to 8 AM. Understand?
That's a big area, Steve.
Well,
That's
you
a
have-
lot of
You have
time.
in between, Mr. Cornelia, you have in between the two peaks, and then you have after the peak till 10 o'clock.
This is all set by computer as to when the deliveries
I
occur.
understand,
And
so that setting can be changed so it doesn't,
I'm sorry,
the signal doesn't go out when there's 1,000 gallons left, the signal goes out when there's 1,500
I'm
gallons.
sorry, Steve, we can't agree to that.
Yeah,
Wawa
bring-
would not agree to that.
We'll
I'm
bring
sorry.
that up at the board level.
Okay.
I think Board of Commissioners level.
Okay. So
But I'm sorry, Mr. Vines, I would like to request that that the planning commission make that a condition of whatever it is you may move, if you move tonight.
And I'd like to discuss quickly, I mean, we've discussed it briefly already, but the trucks leaving the parking lot, whether it's, so for the tanker trucks, I assume, and I've never worked at a Wawa, I assume the tanker trucks are gonna show up and they're probably gonna leave empty. You probably deliver a full tank. So he wants to go back to the blue route. He's not an issue, he's making a right. But for the tractor trailers and the Hearst truck and the Tasty Cake truck and every other truck, they're coming off the blue route, and my guess is that most of these guys are gonna wanna go west. Steve, you said you don't care what they do as long as they start going out right. What I say is, 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 3 rights make a left. So if you're gonna force me to go out right, I'm gonna go down Pembroke, I'm gonna come down Midland.
We've had that discussion.
And then I'm gonna come up Aberdeen, and then I'm gonna be right where we just, and then I'm gonna be right back where we started.
Conversely, they could be coming from the Wawa up west of here. They could go Morris Road, Lancaster Avenue, and I don't know their route.
Right.
I'm playing
I'm
devil's
assuming they're
advocate.
coming off of 476.
You know, I have no idea.
I just feel like we need to give them some option to head
So-
west that doesn't include going
Damon and
down
I,
Midland.
so there's a couple of things here. I think we're okay if the truck turning templates show that they can just go right, right, and it's posted, no left turn, it gets ordained, and then our police can enforce, right? But I do think there's, and I'm not going to speak for Damon, but there's other, we would like to see the turning templates and all that before this plan leaves this commission and goes to the Board of Commissioners.
Steve,
Agreed.
you have until April 8th for the commissioners to approve this. So you can do anything you want up until April 8th. But on April 8th, we're going to expect, before April 8th, we're going to expect some sort of decision from the Board of
Mr.
Commissioners.
Cornelia, I am more than aware of the date. We would just like to see a clean set of plans from a traffic standpoint. I think most of everything else is.
All we're saying here is that if we can show the turning templates, we would request that turn. We can remove it. We don't care. All right, we think it's good for the township to be able to do that.
Well,
But
you didn't hear what I said. We're fine with the trucks going right. It'll be posted no left turn, but we need to see that it can work.
I agree. And if it can work, then it would be a condition. If it doesn't work, it would not be a condition. And that would be subject to your approval and Damon's approval. I just don't want to slow this down anymore. It's been 6 years. I don't want to slow this down anymore.
Mr. Rossini, what would you like us to do tonight regarding the truck turning templates? Is this something that will comply or maybe will comply?
I think
Or do you want to see that before we act?
Damon and I can see that. I mean, I don't know that it has to come back here. And I'm not going to speak for the Planning Commission whatsoever, but if your thought, if it pleases this board to move forward, we would like to condition that we have the opportunity to review the truck turning templates. And like Mr. Cornelia said, it may not work.
Yep.
I don't know that they're going to be able to make that right, but we should see that.
We have no objection to that.
Okay. To be fair, we want to be expedient, not just for the sake of the applicant,
So
but just to keep things
We're
moving.
fine outside of this commission looking at that. And if it does work, great. If it doesn't, it's off the table.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. Give us a minute.
Sure.
So just one more question, and I think this is a Mr. Drummond question. I'm a little unclear what how we'd like to proceed on the flashing lights. From your vantage point.
From my vantage point, my thoughts would be the design that's presented today would be adequate to adequately get pedestrians safely across the driveway there. I think that design is adequate.
Mr. Norsini, would you concur?
I do concur.
All right. Thank you.
So staff, just to try to pull this together, if we were to recommend approval and address the fencing and address the turning templates for the trucks to allow you to review that, is that what you're requesting?
Yeah, it would be address the 2 open review letters and the truck turning templates for trucks that make a right onto Aberdeen.
Okay, so it's subject to the review letters, subject to review of the turning templates, subject to the fencing issue. And were we discussing anything with regard to trash collection or the fuel delivery?
Well, the trash collections during the daytime, as Mr. Canary said, the bread or whatever comes at 5. We do have a concern. So actually, for the gentleman from Wawa, when a truck comes to deliver fuel, do they idle? Do they pull up and stop? How does that work, sir?
Mike Spiegel from Wawa again. Yes, when they pull up, they do not idle. The engines are off. When we design these sites, and just similar to this site here, they do it in a way that there's no backup alarms. I've talked to our supply chain folks with the trucks. It says we don't back them up. It's unsafe, and in a case like this where the noise could be a problem depending on what time of the day it is. The site's designed so they pull forward, they turn the engines off, and then they unload, and then obviously turn them back on and exit the site.
Where are they located? Where would the trucks be sitting when they're?
So when they're all sitting in our loading zone, which is at the north side along Route 30. Yep. Oh, for the fuel, sorry. The fuel, yeah, sorry. The regular deliveries are in the loading zone.
Okay.
For the fuel, yes, the fuel sits on top of the tank field over here, and it unloads to the passenger side.
Okay.
Mr. Vines, so I won't be specific, but it'll go to the Board of Commissioners this way. I would request a condition that there be some limit on the nighttime deliveries of fuel. And maybe that can get fleshed out at the Board of Commissioners.
So just to be clear, you're not stipulating a certain range of hours?
No.
Okay.
Because I don't want Wawa to run out of gas.
Okay.
I think we're running out of gas.
All right, so I was going to put out a motion, and we'll see if it satisfies everyone. Okay? So it would be a motion to recommend approval of the application subject to the review letters by Gannett and Gilmore, subject to review by staff and consultants of the truck turning templates, some limitation on the overnight delivery or nighttime delivery of fuel, and with best efforts to obtain zoning approval and installation of a 10-foot shadow box fence on the rear of the property, and that the fencing of the trash be at least 1 foot lower than the fence on the rear of the property.
Lane, can you, I'm sorry, I missed that last one. If you can.
Best efforts to obtain zoning approval and installation of a 10-foot shadow box fence on the rear of the property.
Correct.
And then fencing of the trash to be 1 foot lower than that rear fencing on the property.
I'm sorry.
The truck turning template should be clarified. Let's just
Yeah, yeah, the truck, well, I think it's, goes without saying, the truck turning templates is just for the right turnout, is what, I believe, correct, is what we're looking at. I don't know, yeah, right turn on
The
Aberdeen.
right turn on
Yeah, I think that's understood.
Yeah, we would like to also see the truck turning templates internal because of the new design with the
Yeah.
Allens too,
Yes.
to make sure that still
Yep.
works.
Got that, yep.
Okay. All right, with that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 2. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 2 opposed. The 2 opposed would be Mr. Kim and Mr. Kunda.
Thank you. Is this the latest for a while, I think, isn't it? Have you
Well,
been-
now
you
we
been
have
after
to
11
take
o'clock?
up old and new business.
So- Feel free to
Stay
stick
up there,
around and watch.
Mr. Cornelia.
No, I'm going.
Okay, seeing that there is no old or new business, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, good night.
Is that about the longest, I think, for a while? That's about the longest for a while, right?